ties and saints on the ceiling. White collars can't stop the bleeding. Red hands that turn to the victims. All heroes turn to the villains. Now you know my name. You won't forget it. Now you see my face. You won't forget it. Black lights are all too revealing. Dead wrong, you won't be forgiven. You're right above the forgotten and left below on the poppers. Silent assassin, I'm a rush out of the street lights. Oh, coffee asylum if they think I need rehab. No, wait that I'm leaving once I made all these fears my home. I know you heard the name, but you can get to know me better. Raise your glass to the doubters and the non-believers. Their cries, can't hear them when they're 6 feet underground. Heads down, I've killed the gang, so call the preacher. Raise your glass, pour it out. Moment of silence! Moment of silence! Burn down the old institution, signs of the new revolution. I see the clear tunnel vision. I've made the vengeance my mission. Silence the voices, can't hear them, I'm sitting too high. Oh, they're on the sideline while I'm under the spotlight. No, wait that I'm losing once I made all your dreams my home. I'm yours, and I promise it ain't getting better. Raise your glass to the doubters and the non-believers. Their cries, can't hear them when they're 6 feet underground. Heads down, I've killed the gang, so call the preacher. Raise your glass, pour it out. Moment of silence! Moment of silence!
Welcome to the Dire Wolf Show, where we believe that America is exceptional and that our constitutional rights should never be infringed. I am Dire Wolf. On our show, we bring you the truth and debunk fake news. If you love laughing at the insanity of the regressive left, sit back and relax. Boy, do I have a show for you.
Welcome back, Wolfpack. Direwolf here for our weekly news recap from Behind Enemy Lines on YouTube, where speech is not free and the truth is demonetized. Alongside me is my co-host and producer, Fox Trivies. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, and not too bad, not too bad. How are you doing today?
I'm a little worried looking at the 22 pages of abridged notes we have.
Did you update the very first slide so that it was the correct date? Because that was the only thing I didn't do on the slides. But I'm noticing that somehow the title slide magically has the correct date on it.
That is the only thing I updated. When you asked me to update the slides, I did update one slide.
Wow, you actually saved the show. That would have been
Don't worry.
That would have been extremely embarrassing, right?
Right? Yeah, it would have said like 5 January or something stupid like that. Anyways, thank you guys for making this professional. Clearly, show happen. This is all your fault for supporting us financially, and
Nazi
that includes
fags.
people you can blame. What? Oh. The people you can blame is Kaylet, Ori, Main, Nathan, Cameron, Tetris Freak, Slowpoke, wow, Thunder Erican, who is female by the way, the White Lion, and Addis Lupus. Also, a big thank you to Timberwolf.
Adder Lupus. How do you You were adding R's where there wasn't any before, and now you're skipping R's. What's wrong with you?
Anyways, so also you can like, share, subscribe, do all those fun things to help support us. We appreciate it. We have a lot of show to get to, and no funny clip at the beginning, so let's move into our first story.
Yeah, the funny clip this week is just the whole economy, but that's not the first story, so we had to skip it. So our first story is that apparently being in support of the law is now against YouTube's terms of service. Who would have guessed that? As you may have heard this week, Steven Crowder is one step closer to a permaban from YouTube. Here is a story straight from Louder with Crowder's website, and then we'll discuss it. That's your part, Dyer.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were going to play something.
Well, no. So we're going to read the article, but it's like...
So the article starts off with, here we are once again. YouTube issues a second hard strike on the Steven Crowder channel, barring us from publishing content for 2 weeks. YouTube also hit the Crowder Bits channel with a hard strike, barring us from publishing content for 1 week. Why, you ask? Well, YouTube said that the video about the Columbus shooting violated their harassment, threats, and cyberbullying policy. I can't link to you the video in question, only tell you that the podcast episode is still available, as are the show notes. Wake up, Columbus. Police shootings from Micaiah Bryant was justified. Which shouldn't be a surprise. That was what the title of their video was called. And it was completely justified. And if you guys don't remember, it was the police showing up to a call about a violent woman with a knife trying to stab people. And when he shows up, there's a violent person with a knife trying to stab another person. And he shot the person who was the attempted murderer and stopped her from murdering someone else.
How dare they?
Both of the individuals involved there were black females. So they're calling him a racist for shooting and killing a black woman who is trying to stab and kill another black woman. Just thought it was relevant.
Yeah. So according to YouTube, YouTube creators share their opinions on a wide range of different topics, unless those topics conflict with the popular left-wing orthodoxy. However, there is a line between passionate debate and malicious harassment. Content containing targeted harassment, including but not limited to stalking, threats, bullying, intimidation, is not allowed on YouTube.
The article continues. This is an interesting note, which we'll revisit. YouTube emailed attorney Bill Richmond and specified what about the video violated their policy. In particular, this video violated the aspect of our policy that prohibits, quote, content revealing in or mocking the death or serious injury of an identified individual. Accordingly, the video has been removed and a strike has been applied to Steven Crowder's channel. This constitutes the second active strike on the Steven Crowder channel, and as a result, uploads are now suspended for 2 weeks.
Oof. Oh no, I hit the wrong button. There we go. Okay, so the video that they are referring to, didn't reveal the death or serious injury of any identifiable individual. It seems YouTube is unhappy the studio crew agreed the shooting of a teenager trying to stab another was justified. White, black, Hispanic, or identifying as transgender alien. If you're trying to stab someone else and you get shot by an officer, sorry, but that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, see, I seem to remember lots of videos of people mocking the deaths of certain an injury of certain Republicans or Trump supporters during recent events in the last few years, and that mockery was allowed, right? But Steven did mock the defense of a attempted murderer because I think it is deserving in society, in a moral society, for someone who thinks that it is okay to defend the violent murderer and not the victim. I think those types of people should be mocked. And I think a policy that doesn't allow that is insulating insanity. What do you think?
I agree with you.
So the video in question, which we can't replay on YouTube for obvious reasons, was during Crowder's coverage of the Ma'Khia Bryant stabbing.
Before you read that, I missed my part. So also, the kind of conclusion here is that this is Crowder's second strike, one more strike, and no more Crowder on YouTube. So yeah, that's rough.
I mean, it'd be rough for us because I still watch him on YouTube, but he does have quite a following on the Mug Club, and I think that YouTube can't really remove him from the internet at this point. And people will still be talking about him and still able to reference to the Mug Club. So if you want to follow Steven Crowder, if you like his content, if you want to support him and make sure that he can't be erased by social media companies, I would suggest going and supporting him.
Yes, definitely.
In any case, and also you can always do the same thing by going to our website and supporting us there. So eventually when YouTube does get around to banning us, which we're too small and too unimportant from the get-to first, then we'll be insulated from that as well.
We're too professional. They know.
Yeah, we're so much more professional than Crowder is that, you know, they just can't touch us right now.
Yes.
Anyway, so he was covering the Ma'Khia Bryant attempted stabbing of in Columbus, Ohio, a few weeks ago. In essence, Crowder's position was similar to ours in that it was unequivocally a good thing that the police intervened to stop two black people from stabbing each other. Rather, one was trying to stab the other, just to be clear.
Yes. But like the rest of the left, YouTube was also pissed that the police canceled their favorite show, Black People Killing Each Other. Last time we talked about... What's that?
Coliseum.
Yeah, that's what I'm going into. Why? Stop. Just read ahead. Stop talking. So last time we talked about this incident, the Ma'Khia Bryant incident, I introduced the idea of the Democrat Coliseum, which kind of the quick summary of that is that on the one side, the Democrat Coliseum is a set of policies and agenda that seem geared towards defending the ability of black people to kill each other, such as defunding the police, changing the bail system, and even in some cases encouraging black people killing each other, as we've seen in nearly every autonomous zone. On the flip side, the Democrat Coliseum is also a vector of entertainment and political power for the DNC. We saw the political angle with Nancy and the other Democrats thanking George Floyd for sacrificing himself for their cause. And we also saw the entertainment angle. This is the Democrats getting entertainment value out of black people killing each other. We saw that in the fierce outrage that leftists like LeBron and AOC and most of the legacy media personalities had when the police intervened to stop their favorite show, Black People Killing Each Other. YouTube has now codified the Democrat Coliseum into their community guidelines. Susan Wojcicki's favorite show is Black People Killing Each Other, and Steven Crowder was speaking out against her favorite show, and so he had to receive a hard strike. How dare he speak out against her favorite show? In their response to him, in YouTube's response to Crowder, they said that his video was targeted harassment. It's targeted harassment to speak out against black people killing each other. Targeted against whom, you might ask? The only group I can think of that would feel harassed by that statement are people who like watching black people kill each other. People who enjoy watching black people kill each other is now a protected class on YouTube, and thus the Democrat Coliseum lives on.
I can't imagine how any black person or any Hispanic person could look at the Democrats getting outraged about the police defending someone in their community who had called for that defense, had called the police to help them. The Democrats are openly saying, I wish that woman had died, that would-be victim. I wish she had died because that's better than the police protecting the community.
Well, and there was all this endless discussion on, the networks that well, it's just the thing that kids do. They just, they knife fight, and it's really strange that a white cop would try to stop that, and it's not really that dangerous. Guns are way more dangerous than knives.
That's racist too.
Exactly.
It's assuming that their communities are like that.
Exactly. Again, the Democrat Coliseum. They want to, whatever it takes. It doesn't matter what they got to say to justify it. They just have to defend the ability of these inner city minorities slaughtering each other en masse. We actually had a story that I didn't write down, but I wanted to write it down before we started the notes. I forgot to write it while I was writing the notes, and I just remembered it now after I finished writing the notes. So I'll try and do it off the top of my head. But there was a story out of New York this week that was reviewing knife crimes. And knife crimes in New York are through the roof, especially on the subway. There was, I think there was over 40 stabbings on the New York subway just last week.
There was 5 in a 30-minute period in New York.
Yes. That was also, no, that wasn't just in New York. It was, I know which story you're talking about. It wasn't just 5 throughout New York. It was 5 just on the subway.
Yes, it was that same subway.
Yeah.
Also, there's been a huge rash of people being pushed in front of moving subway train.
Well, yeah, okay, so violence in New York's a whole thing, but I'm talking about specifically about stabbings. So the stabbings are clearly lethal. Some of these people died during last week from getting stabbed, and the type of defensive stabbings that the left has was just so through the roof, and it was this. They were so vicious to anybody who said, hey, maybe it's not a good thing for a black person to stab another black person. And there's this viciousness. And now we're seeing not just vicious rhetoric from the left. We're also seeing actual action. We're seeing YouTube's community guidelines encoding that is now, they want to defend knife crime so much that Crowder's not allowed to speak out against it.
Yeah, and it also is a great example showing you that if they will even say that this kind of shooting is wrong, when it's so obviously the poster child of correct, that they don't want any policing and they don't want any protection of the black community. And honestly, I have met people who are on the left side who are in the black community who are like, shoot, I saw nothing wrong with that, and I don't understand why they're defending it. So I think their overplaying of their cards here is actually going to only push more people from the black and brown community over to the right, because they're like, hey, obviously Democrats want us to die.
Yeah, and again, I said it last time, and I think it bears repeating. We are way past the point of, well, the Democrats are good intentioned. They're just, they're really bad at outcomes. No. We are so past that now. It is clear. All of this makes it extremely clear that the Democrats, their goal is to watch black people kill each other. That there is no other interpretation at this point. Again, when it was just the bad policies, it's like, wow, the Democrats, they got some good intentions. They're just really stupid and bad at implementing them. But now you see, no, not just that they have policies that accidentally end up with more minority crime rates. No, they are actually actively, viciously defending it to the point where Crowder broke a YouTube community guidelines because he said, hey, maybe we shouldn't do this. So yeah, it is not just a thought or a theory anymore. It is very obvious. Again, the Democrat Coliseum, this is their goal. And Crowder, of all the toes that Crowder has stepped on, it's funny that this is the one that got him. And I said that the last time we talked about this, like how angry LeBron was that they canceled his favorite show. They were so upset. Like Crowder's done some really crazy stuff on YouTube, stuff that I've thoroughly enjoyed watching, but also just like, oh man, like that was a rough one, Crowder. All of that stuff, and he's only ever received one other strike. And then this is the one that got his second strike. This is kind of the untouchable thing is if you are going to speak out against the Democrats' favorite show, black people killing each other, then you're going to get a hard strike. That is something that's worthy of a hard strike. You can dress up like a tranny and dance around on Capitol Hill in a Bill uniform and all of Bob's Abortion Barn. You can do all these crazy skits that he's done. None of those got him a hard strike. The thing that got him a hard strike was when he said, "Hey, maybe we shouldn't let black people kill each other."
I think that we kind of are going to have to come around eventually to just giving up on YouTube ever being a good platform for people to have discussions on, because I don't see this turning around. I think that, as we've been saying at the beginning of our show, every single show, is that it's just an inevitability that we will eventually be kicked off YouTube. That YouTube has been designed or changed so much that you can't have any real conversation about politics. They want to censor you so much that you basically can't talk about it. And the only reason why they haven't done it to everybody is because they don't know how to find all the content that they are not okay with yet. Yeah. Am I wrong or right?
I think at this point they are waiting on synchronizing it with larger political policies. So you not to okay, I won't. We said that we are going to try. We said at the beginning of the year we're going to try really hard not to invoke the Nazis. So I'm not going to. So in China, what we saw was there's a synchronization between government policy and what their corporations do. Now, it is because their corporations are essentially one and the same with the party.
For that.
But yeah. But we're seeing a similar thing in America right now, where there is, a very, very high overlap between the corporations and the Democrat Party. And so the way China maintained control, the way that their revolution happened was it was synchronization. That's how they've maintained control for so long, as they synchronized the large economic actors with the large political actors. So I think right now, I think the Democrat Party has the corporations on lock, or at least leftism does. And I think that they're just waiting for their moment. Whatever the big political thing is going to be, they're going to start synchronizing it with the corporations. So what does that look like in practical terms? Well, we're already seeing the FBI gearing up to go after grandmas that were in D.C. on the 6th, that were just there to see Trump. We're starting to see attempted purgings in the military. I'm sure that's going to start happening with greater frequency in the coming years.
They just fired the Air Force commander of the U.S. Space Force because he criticized Marxism. So, I mean, there's that.
Really? Well, maybe we should have put that as a story for later on. But you're starting to see this greater government action in against their political adversaries. And so what you'll see moving forward is there's going to be a synchronization of actual official government action against their political adversaries and corporate action against their political adversaries. And as we saw the Biden administration gearing up, YouTube felt a little bit more confident that they could start following the lead, and they hit up Crowder with this hard strike. So just expect that more and more. They'll feed off of each other, the government action and the corporate action. So you'll be both an enemy of the state and unable to participate in the economy. So a lot of fun.
Yeah, I do have that story pulled up if you want to look at later.
Yeah. Let's put that on the list for later. But that definitely sounds interesting. I definitely would want to cover that.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like we can't talk about reality. And at least not on YouTube. So eventually we'll have to have a better platform. Or, I don't know. I just don't think YouTube's the way for us to move forward.
Yeah. It's a problem.
Yep.
I don't know.
Next story.
Alrighty. Next story is attacks on infrastructure. They are infrastructure. Everything's infrastructure, guys. Even attacks on infrastructure. Broken infrastructure is infrastructure. New infrastructure is infrastructure. Child care is infrastructure. trannies are infrastructure, Direwolf's infrastructure, hacks are infrastructure, everything's infrastructure, guys. All right, so if you guys are the kind of bigots who use energy, and you probably are, you probably heard about the Colonial Pipeline hack that took place late last week. The Russia-based hacker group DarkSide took credit for the ransomware attack, and the FBI also identified them. So seems likely that it was them. Their attack rendered a major gas and jet fuel pipeline that supplies the East Coast inoperable for nearly a week.
Yes. As late as Wednesday this week, reports were that Colonial had no intention of paying the ransom, valued at $5 million, payable in cryptocurrency. Being that we are now in the future, as compared to Wednesday, we now know that they were lying. Colonial had, in fact, paid out the ransom to DarkSide, gave them the decrypt tool and key. However, the decrypt was so slow, Colonial ended up using backups to restore most of their networks anyways.
Oops. Some people... What's that?
I just want to point out that there's been lots of discussion that DarkSide is not controlled by the Russian government.
Oh, yeah. No, so I wasn't implying that they were controlled by the Russian government, just that they were Russia-based. Yeah.
So they are Russian-based. They are civilians, essentially. However, Russia's cyber warfare division, a lot of them are involved in these civilian hacking groups,
That's what we see in China, right? So China has kind of their civilian core of hackers that harass the West with hacking, and they're not official Chinese entities, but the Chinese government certainly supports their activity.
Yes, and they often not only support but also direct and push, because it has such big stakes and it has such big consequences that they do care and they are involved. And plus, in the case of China, their industry and their government are inseparably connected, right? In Russia, these are not random occurrences when a civilian company hacks U.S. power grid or other infrastructure. It is being permitted by the Russian government, just like we have layers of deniability by having groups that aren't the American government do things for the American government, where we have contractors that are loosely connected that we can then disavow. They do the same thing. We kind of invented it. We can't be surprised by it. And I really don't like playing dumb or trying to fool the American people by saying that these things are just, it's just some civilian company. It's not really the government. No, it's a lie. They very often are involved, if not directing it.
Yeah. I don't know if it really changes anything. It doesn't. Like it's an attack on foreign soil or from foreign soil. If it could be traced back to like the Russian military, I don't know. I guess put sanctions on them. I don't care.
If nothing else, if Russian people did this to American people, and then Russia could be holding them accountable, right?
Yes.
If they wanted to, not commit an act of war against us, they could, go actually and arrest their people who did this. Or even do some sort of investigation to even feign it. No, they did nothing. They just allowed it, and they sat back and laughed at the damage being caused by it. So it is malicious. But by their lack of action, even if they weren't the ones who directed it, they say best case scenario for them, they didn't direct it. They maliciously sat back and did nothing and laughed at us. So I think that the approach should be, we're going to put sanctions on Russia unless you hold the people accountable. We want their heads on a fucking pike. Do it, or we're going to punish you in the market.
Now, not to defend the hackers, but they did have. I thought it was like funny, ironic. They put out some statements that were attributed to them. Huh?
They were pretty funny though.
Yeah, that they were attributed to them, and basically they said like, "Oops, oopsie, this was an accident. Like, we didn't mean to, like, we wanted to hack and steal money from people, but we didn't mean to, like, hack and break the, like, East Coast of America.
Yeah, we should better vet our clients in the future.
Yeah.
Clients.
So, like, apparently they didn't necessarily realize that their target would have had such wide sweeping ramifications, which is, you know, it was a bad thing that happened, but it's kind of funny. And it implies to me that it probably was not, you know, Putin directed military action. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have said anything. Though maybe it's a psyop and just, you know, them looking like bumbling goofballs is like,
regardless, they could have done something to intercede. The worst case scenario, yeah, it's possible they didn't direct it, but then they did nothing to catch them, right? We would need their cooperation to do so. Now, they paid the ransom, and I don't. There's a huge amount of damage when you pay the ransom. I know.
Well, let's. So my video is about paying the ransom.
Okay,
so let's talk about that for a second. So
Yeah.
so a lot of people, and what Dyer was about to do, a lot of people were criticizing Colonial for paying the ransom. So they did end up paying the ransom, and like Dyer said, we. Up until Wednesday, we thought that they didn't because they said, Colonial Pipeline said that they did not pay the ransom. But we found out, I think on Friday, that they had paid the ransom on like Saturday or Sunday. So like they had been lying all week, which I mean, I don't care. That's kind of on them. I don't see that as like particularly like they weren't under oath or anything like that, so I don't see it as a big deal for them trying to save face. I mean, if you got a problem with companies lying to you about your product, you know, might I introduce you to American marketing? But the Biden administration, you might be wondering, well, okay, well, why did they pay? And let's look at the response from the Biden administration, and maybe that will give you some idea as to why they felt they had the need to pay.
Yeah.
Victims of cyber attacks often face a very difficult situation, and they have to just balance often the cost benefit when they have no choice with regard to paying a ransom. Colonial is a private company and will defer information regarding their decision on paying a ransom to them.
Would the administration offer any advice on whether or not to pay a ransom?
So typically that is a private sector decision, and the administration has not offered further advice at this time. Given the rise in ransomware, that is one area we're definitely looking at now to say what should be the government's approach to ransomware actors and to ransoms overall.
Bullshit.
So
bullshit.
Two things there. Let me go through two things, and then you can have the whole floor. So first thing, ransomware is not a new and rising threat. It is a old threat. It's been around since the last Biden administration. I mean, it was really picking up speed, probably back as early as 2014. The idea that this is an unknown threat and that the U.S. government has not been even thinking about it until now is really a dereliction of the deep state. So you can't expect, realistically, you couldn't expect Biden and Obama the last time to be the ones, let's write all this code. Biden's going to go there. He's going to learn to code, and he's going to write some defense algorithms so that we don't have cyber attacks. No. We have government agencies and realistically the military to handle some of this stuff, and they just are dropping the ball. Trump, he was in office for a while. Also, I don't expect him to be writing network defense algorithms, and he was doing his best to try and clean out the deep state, and there was a lot of stuff to do, but you still had 4 years of nobody really doing anything. Trump did try to implement a executive order to try and harden the grid against cyber and EMP attacks, which we're going to talk about in a little bit. But I think that didn't go nearly enough. And then now we're all the way up to the Biden administration again, and they still are just now saying, we really need to make a committee to decide if we should have a meeting that will, then create a working group to decide if we need a task force on whether or not we should create a new agency that would maybe possibly potentially deal with cyber crimes. Point number 2 is she said that this is a private sector decision. So this isn't a gas and oil pipeline. That falls under the Department of Energy. The energy is a heavily heavily regulated industry because it is such a lifeline for the country. It is the lifeblood of everything that we do. And you can't just open up a gas pipeline or an energy company or anything like that without being under the heel of the DOJ. The government is intimately involved in every single transaction in energy. And then all of a sudden an energy company gets attacked and the government's like, well, hold on a second. I thought we were all libertarians. Now we got this Constitution. You know, we're just bound by the Constitution that this isn't our purview. We can't deal with this. And I would say, one, this is interstate commerce. The government it's the only thing the government has authority over between the states. And also the idea that civilians and or their companies being attacked by a foreign entity, that is the only reason that the federal government exists, was to provide for the common defense of civilians against foreigners. So the government just saying, well, yeah, some foreign agency, maybe a state entity attacked the civilian company, but that's really a private sector thing. The government doesn't have any place in defending its citizens from foreign threats. That's just crazy talk.
Yeah. So the energy infrastructure, the gas and power and all of that, it is not a private sector issue. It is something that our country requires to survive economically, with our security. It is a national security issue. And yes, they are the owner and operators of a portion of it, but there is a whole section of law and regulation that is about managing those energy infrastructure companies to protect the country, how they're to be managed, how they're to be secured. The government is deeply involved in the running of those companies for a reason, because them failing can lead to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. If we just lost gas in part of the country, there would be riots, death, destruction if we lost that critical resource. And part of that country could lose its ability to defend that part of the country. If we lost the gasoline, I mean, it's also the military losing gasoline,
well,
right?
Just jump back 2 months ago to the cold snap where, we were freezing out the entire country and destroying Texas. Imagine as if this had happened then. You'd have, a lot of these states that this pipeline goes through were frozen solid for a week. Imagine if this attack had happened during that.
Right. So it is absolutely not a private sector issue when it comes to the energy infrastructure. The fact that the federal government has not hardened this infrastructure to protect it from this kind of threat is a major failing for multiple presidents going backwards, right? It is Bush's fault. It is Trump's fault. It is Biden's fault. It's Obama's fault. This is a known threat that we need to protect against. And Trump did something. He did not do enough, but he's also fighting uphill the entire way. Biden undid the regulations that Trump put in place to protect us from Chinese malware the first week he was in office.
Biden was also in office for 43 years. He could have at any point during that. Biden was in office. Biden was in office for almost 20 years before the first text message was sent. Imagine that. He was in office for 30 years before the dot-com bubble. That's insane. And he did nothing after that.
Yes. So the destabilization of any portion of our energy infrastructure is the government's problem. And it is the government's responsibility to protect it and to deal with it when it goes down, to ensure that we get back our resources, our critical infrastructure as soon as possible. And those companies have the right to a defense from foreign adversaries, whether they be a government or a civilian. It doesn't matter. They are a threat to our infrastructure and to to those companies that should be protected under the law, right?
Yeah. Now,
so
go ahead.
Paying a ransom it was not Colonial's fault. It's bad, but it's not their fault because they were clearly told. You saw the video. The government's not going to help you. We're not going to advise you. We're not going to help you restore your equipment. You're on your own. That was the Biden admin's response, and it showed horrible weakness to the entire world. How if you attack us, we will do nothing. We won't even mitigate the damage you've caused.
You basically, we gave a blank check for cyber warfare to the world this week, where we said you can commit as much cyber terror as you want against the United States, and the government, they don't see that as their problem. That's not their purview. So go ahead, wherever you want to attack, destroy the entire American economy with cyber warfare. Government, hands in the air, not our problem.
Yep. And I mean, Iran is one of the biggest, I guess, what's the word, adversaries when it comes to cyber warfare. And Biden's talking about giving them billions of dollars. China is attacking us constantly, and he's not China, and Biden's not going to hold them accountable. He is just opening the doors to all of our adversaries who compete with us economically and militarily to weaken us as much as they want to. And second, paying the ransom encourages this. So I promise you we'll have more of this.
No, the group already announced they had like 20 other companies that were like on lock, and all they had to do was like hit the go button. So like this did encourage them to like continue doing it.
Yes, exactly. Now it would have been more worth it for the U.S. government, the Biden admin, to immediately go down there and do whatever they could to replace those computers, to use backups, no matter what the cost was. Even
if they put a GIF, like after they did the ransomware attack, if that hacker group had put a GIF of a noose on the computer, the FBI would have sent everybody.
Yes.
That's no joke. They sent more FBI agents to go investigate Bubba Smollett's garage pole. They sent more FBI agents quicker to go investigate a garage pole than they did for this.
Yep. It wouldn't have mattered if the replacement of the hardware and the software cost more than $5 million of government money. It would have been worth it to not encourage this in the future. What the Biden admin should have done is spent no expense to get this company back online, and then they should have gotten Russia and told them, hey, these are all the sanctions you're gonna do no business with us or our allies until we have those hackers' heads on a pike.
Yeah,
we want them deported, and we want them in our jails, and we will make you lose billions of dollars if you don't do it.
Now, what are some, we're saying, we just spent 5 minutes saying, okay, this is the government's job, this is the government's job, it's the government's job, which is kind of a weird thing on this show, right? Normally it's, that's not the government's job.
There's so few things that are the government's job. Yeah. The defense of the people is the only one.
So I don't want to just make this platitudes. I want to give some specific suggestions. So Diane and I talked about this earlier in the week. And so, I mean, beyond the kind of kinetic responses of going somewhere and like grabbing somebody, that'd be great. We should probably, if we can find them, go do that. But what could we do on a more practical level that would have solved this problem or at least mitigated it? And just spitballing ideas quickly, we came up with a few, and maybe they're good ideas, maybe they're not practical, but just for a start, some sort of service from the government. They have plenty of data centers. You got the NSA data center.
Nazi fags.
How dare you?
Juicy nigga.
Why would you do that?
Oh my God. Adelupus gave us $5. Thank you. So he's gonna head out. You guys have a fun stream, and he'll watch the rest later. Cheers. Night, buddy. Get some sleep.
Thank you, man. Good night. I love that sound effect.
Yes. So God, that like wiped my memory for a second. Okay, so we got this giant NSA data center that's like sweeping up all your text messages and your dick pics and all that stuff, and the government's saving that and sifting through it, even though it's illegal for them to do that. Maybe just spitball an interesting service that the government might be able to provide would be cloud storage for backups, so that this company already had their stuff backed up. which was great, and they were able to restore from backups, but they felt that whatever their backup solution was, apparently they weren't confident enough in their backup solution that they still felt the need to pay the ransom. So maybe that's something the government could provide for services. Now, is the government when the government goes into creating a product, are they usually the greatest and best at making that product? Typically not. So another alternative might be maybe the government could subsidize cybersecurity costs, maybe giving out giant tax credits for cybersecurity costs. Like, hey, you guys want to spend $50 million on the latest, greatest cybersecurity stuff? Here's a giant fucking tax credit. You know how the EPA and all these taxes lay into you every year? Well, here's a way that you can get out of it is by making sure that your stuff is secure. So there's a couple of different options just over the course of like 3 minutes. I think we thought of a decent handful of options that could easily be discussed, refined by talking to people in the industry and seeing what their actual needs are. But there's a lot of stuff the government could be doing to defend the country, and it seems you saw it. Well, an attack on a private company, that's really a private matter. That's not a matter for the government to be involved in. It is insane how warped the country has become from what the founders intended. The only purpose of the government was to provide for the common defense. That was one of the very few things that the government that justified the existence of a government, was that it was the most efficient way. Yeah, it was the most efficient way to provide for the common defense. And now we have a situation where the government thinks that its purview is literally everything that is not providing for the common defense. We have an invasion on our southern border. Yeah, it's not really the government's problem. Maybe they should even help it happen. We've got continuous cyber attacks. Well, that's not really for the government to deal with. The civilians just kind of need to deal with these foreign attacks. I mean, what would it take? I mean, is it going to take a situation like Israel where we had somebody actually lobbing missiles into our sovereign territory? Like, would the government, like, if Iran launched a cruise missile and they smoked this pipeline, would the government just say, well, fixing the pipeline, that's really a private decision?
Well, Trevor Noah would say, well, we can't hit them back because, we're so much stronger than them. It wouldn't make sense.
Yes, because Trevor Noah is he's a real bastion of wisdom, as you know.
Exactly. So we already have the U.S. government, multiple branches of it have their own cyber defense divisions, right? Cyber defense is already the government's business. I think it only makes sense that they be requiring that our infrastructure required for our country to survive also be protected with at least the same level of cyber defense.
Dyer, that tweet, I didn't want you to put the text into the thing. I wanted you to put a link to it so I could show it on the screen. Do you have the link?
No, I just have a picture.
Well, yeah, that would be a link. Do you have the picture that I can see?
It's not a link, it's a picture, but I can give it to you, yes.
Okay. Drop it in the thing because I can't receive the messages right now. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So, do you have anything else you want to say?
No, I think we really beat the dead horse.
Okay. So we had some other people in the media had some interesting comments about this. Need just a second here. And their response to the crisis was pretty typical of the media, which was there are no crises under Biden. There's only situations. So we had this from the New York Times, which was a very novel take. Let's see here. The Colonial Pipeline, a vital U.S. fuel artery that was shut down by a cyber attack, said it hoped to restore most operations by the end of the week. Since the shutdown, there have been no long lines or major gas price hikes. Here's what to know. So they sent this on Tuesday, I think? And they almost immediately deleted it because Tuesday was when, the long lines for gas and price hikes and gas shortages started taking place because there was no pipeline. I believe on Gas Buddy, that's what people were using to determine what the percent of gas stations that were out of gas were. And some states, some of the hardest hit states, had over 80% of their gas stations were out of gas during Tuesday and Wednesday. I believe a lot of those have started to soften up a little bit. I think that calmed down, and they've gotten the pipeline was up at varying capacity throughout the week, and I think it's coming fully back online throughout next week. So was this the absolute end of the world? No. Was it pretty bad? Yeah, and it was pretty bad because of the potential of if this had taken longer, if this had been at an inopportune time during a cold snap, or if this had affected more facilities or a larger pipeline.
It's also super low-tech attack. There are other attacks that could have done far more damage.
Yeah. But you just have this insanity with the media where it is the opposite of news. If you follow the mainstream media, you are less educated at the end of the day. You have, the New York Times just, it's just a problem for the people on the East Coast. It's just the entire East Coast. It's just, 13 states that have less than 80%, only 20% of their stations actually have gas at them. That's not really a big deal. There's no long lines, which is crazy because on Twitter at the exact same time that the New York Times tweeted this out, it was already starting to trend pictures of long gas lines, pictures of $3.50, $4 gas in some locations, a lot of locations that were just simply out of gas. There was no lines because there was no gas to be had. And at the same time, the New York Times is just like, there is no problem at all, nothing to see here. And I wonder what kind of research they did before they put this out. Obviously not much. Again, we've got a screenshot up here because you can't go to the original tweet because they took down the tweet within about 2 hours of tweeting it because they realized how stupid they were.
Yeah. I want to point out that the rise in prices of fuel did not start, and it will not stop, with this hacking. It was already trending up because of other policies from the Biden admin. Them shutting down that pipeline in the first week of his presidency, costing several tens of thousands of jobs. That is just one example of multiple things he's done to hurt our ability to be energy independent. So, is there any help from the Biden admin on the way? Well, in a word, not really. That was 2 words. On Tuesday, the U.S. Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm, someone who you would think has a lot to say about U.S. energy, had this to say to the American people looking for gas. If you drive an electric car, this would not be affecting you, clearly. Yeah, that's right, you big stupid dummy. If you would just drop $40,000 to $70,000 on an electric car, you'd be perfectly fine. Nothing to worry about. Just be less poor and buy an electric car like bureaucrats living off of your taxpayer money did. You stupid idiot. Don't worry about the fact that, that we still require petroleum and fossil fuels to create the power that then charges your car.
Yeah. I just the idea that they were going to use this as a moment to pitch green energy was insane. Any crisis. So the funny thing about that is, though, she's talking about like, well, if you were less reliant on the fossil fuel network, more reliant on the energy grid, you'd be perfectly fine. But is the power grid really that much more reliable than the gas pipeline network? Well, it didn't really seem that reliable just a few months ago in Texas during that cold snap. When it comes to man-made disasters, the power grid has been identified as particularly vulnerable, not just to natural disasters, but man-made ones especially. After years of Congress and past administrations not doing anything about it, Trump did finally do the bare minimum, as Dyer alluded to earlier, by issuing an executive order to harden the electric grid to make it more resilient to EMP attacks and cyber attacks. We can read that executive order here. Let me pull this order up. Yeah, so this is Trump's executive order on defending the grid. Oh wait, it's not there. Why?
Oh,
why
no,
isn't
what
it?
happened?
Why isn't it there? Well, the reason why Trump's executive order to harden the electric grid isn't there anymore is because the first thing Biden did when he got into office was to suspend all of Trump's executive orders, including this one. So it doesn't really matter if you have a gas car or an electric car. Their energy supplies are both equally at risk. The Democrats will gladly control every aspect of your life, but when it comes to defending your fossil fuel supply from foreign adversaries, well, that's just a private problem. When it comes to defending your electric grid, well, that's only something a bigoted Trumper would want.
So it's kind of weird how when Biden's first act as the president was to cancel a pipeline, but suddenly a random hacker group does it, and it's a big problem.
Yeah, it was much celebrated when Biden did that.
Yeah.
And then for some reason, it wasn't much celebrated when somebody else did it.
Maybe that's why the Biden admin didn't seem to care very much, because they secretly just want to shut down all of our pipelines. I mean, didn't Whitmer try to shut down another pipeline this last week?
No, she did. She did successfully shut down another pipeline. So funny, I can't remember which one it was, and I didn't go find the clip, but there is a clip from one of the White House press briefings. I think it was on Thursday, where one of the Biden officials was talking about the pipelines and said, "Well, the pipeline is still the most efficient way." The safest and most efficient way to transport gas, which is funny because it's true, but it completely contradicts the pipeline narrative that the left and environmentalists have, which is that it's extremely dangerous, when the reality is that your gallons leak per mile, which is one of the ways that you can measure pipeline safety, or the safety of transporting energy, your pipelines typically have a much better rating where per mile transported, they're going to leak less than using like a freight car or a truck, because those can get into accidents much more frequently than a pipeline gets to do an accident. You don't have a lot of pipelines running into each other at intersections. The other interesting thing is that there is certain groups of people who are advocating that pipelines are very dangerous and shouldn't be allowed to be built, who also have really, really big investment stakes in train tracks and tanker cars. Mm-hmm. One of those being Warren Buffett. So, that's something to keep in mind.
So, did you hear the reason why they thought this was dangerous? What was causing the danger for this particular pipeline?
No, I didn't. What was it?
Okay. So this pipeline goes through the bottom of a lake, right? Mm-hmm. And the problem was that people were dragging anchors on the bottom, and they were afraid that because it had been hit by anchors several times, that repeated anchoring of the pipeline was going to cause a leak. It seems like there's a lot of solutions to preventing that from happening that doesn't involve shutting down the pipeline.
Yeah, that seems like really stupid. It's like, first off, okay, so just because pipelines are generally safe doesn't mean that every pipeline wasn't built by an idiot. So, that probably wasn't the best design, right? So, you have a lot of buildings and stuff that are built by people, and, it's not that all buildings are bad, but some designers, not the smartest. Sure. So, putting a pipeline on the bottom of a lake that has boat travel on it, probably not a great decision. But that's something that doesn't mean that pipeline runs through. Let me pull it back up here. You're talking about, thousands of miles of pipeline.
This is one segment they're talking about.
Yeah, so I mean, you want to have a discussion about rerouting a few miles of the pipe. I am all ears for that. But the idea that this segment that represents less than 1% of the length, that somehow condemns the whole thing is a completely idiotic agreement.
That segment goes to that illogical area because of other government regulation that determine where these pipelines can and cannot be built.
And if I saw a bill, if I was in some elected office and I saw a bill that was hey, let's reroute the pipeline out of this lake, I would say, you know what, I'll sign off on that. That sounds like a good idea. That makes sense. So, that's the problem is, it's you defend. It's really difficult in politics these days because you have to take such polarized positions, or you have the appearance of taking a polarized position, right? So Dyer and I say, well, the pipelines aren't so bad, and that immediately means that we must love everything about the pipelines. We love the idea that it runs through a crystal clear lake and dumps oil into it. We think that's great. No. You can have a nuanced opinion on it, and you can say, well, we like the pipelines when they're done not stupidly. I think that's a perfectly tenable position. So, if the discussion really was around, hey, let's reroute it out of this dangerous area and put it into a more safe location, that's perfectly fine. I certainly think that there is better ways that they could be designing the pipelines. I think that there's certain things where they're coming up against cost barriers. And I think that as much as we subsidized energy, I think that probably along with that, and this is counterintuitive for this show, if they want to start making some more regulations on how the pipes need to be built so that they're safer, maybe they want them double hulled, maybe they want them triple hulled, whatever, if the government wants to subsidize it and mandate that that's a standard, I don't care. But the idea that we're just going to completely cancel energy and we're going to go back to living like we did before the combustion engine is just not a thing that's going to happen.
Yeah. Again, I repeat, it's probably the only reason why they built the pipeline in that way was because they were forced to by not being allowed to build the pipeline in other places for other EPA reasons. Because we got to protect this frog in this swamp area, so you can't go through here. We got to protect this certain kind of monkey in this forest area, so you can't go through there. They limit where they can build these things, and then complain about the places where they were built, where they were forced to build them. It doesn't make sense. All right.
Yep.
Is that it for that story?
I think it is.
Okay. All right. Inflation.
All right. Inflation. Just stop being poor and you'll be fine.
Yeah. So from CNBC, the Consumer Price Index, which measures a basket of goods as well as energy and housing costs, rose 4.2% from a year earlier. A Dow Jones survey had expected a 3.6% increase. The month-to-month gain was a 0.8% against the expected 0.2%. Excluding volatile food and energy prices, the core CPI increased 3% from the same period in 2020 and 0.9% on a monthly basis. The respective estimates were 2.3% and 0.3%. The increase in the headline CPI rate was the fastest since September of 2008. What else happened in 2008? Energy prices overall jumped 25% from a year earlier, including a 49.6% increase for gasoline and a 37.3% for fuel oil. That came even though most energy categories saw a decline in April.
And this was all calculated before the pipeline hack. So,
yep.
I really wonder why gas prices could be going up, even outside the pipeline hack. Could it be because the Biden administration has been the most hostile in history against the energy industry? Again, the very first thing Biden did, two first things, was to cancel all the executive orders, but then he also immediately canceled the Keystone Pipeline. That was going to continue, and it was slated to continue energy futures at a reduced price because it was guaranteeing the future supply of plentiful energy. And then Biden cuts that off and is discussing, we're going to kill off this Michigan pipeline. We're going to start regulating heavier in the industry. All of these things. And this is a direct result. There is no way to say, oh, well, this is just leftover Trump policy, or this is just after effects from the Trump era. No. Under Trump, you had We achieved energy independence. He solidified that with a lot of policy, opening up a lot of areas, and the deregulating so that we could maintain cheap and plentiful and local regional energy, not energy that we had to import from the other side of the world and go send people like Dyer to go defend it for no reason. No, we got a local energy supply so that we weren't dependent on these foreign entanglements. And Biden said, well, I've enjoyed the foreign entanglements for his 50 years of being in office, and he wanted them back.
Yeah, definitely joined the military to defend oil fields in Afghanistan. That's why I joined. There's other factors involved. So there is obviously the fact that the Biden admin has been hostile towards the energy sector, but there's also the fact that we have shut down our infrastructure and our production due to COVID. We've reduced our supply of a lot of things, and then we also disincentivize people to actually work at those jobs even when they open back up. So we have a reduction in supply, which raises prices, and then we also have the devalue of the dollar with massive amounts of money being put out. So those are two other factors that we will probably be discussing here soon. Also, CNBC continued in their article saying that lumber prices alone have risen 124% in 2021 amid the persistent demand for building materials. Copper, often seen as a proxy for economic activity, has jumped nearly 36%. I want to point out that this has really hurt the housing market as well, because usually you can get a quote for a house, and in 4 months it would take to build that house. That price would be realistic, right? But now the prices for lumber and copper and other materials are changing so much month to month, they can't give an accurate quote for what a house will cost.
Yeah, so there was actually an attempt to try and quantify that. I heard earlier this week. So like a typical 1,500 to 2,000 square foot, $150,000 house. The lumber for the framing of something like that used to cost around $14,000 was the estimate. That same framing today, if you can even get the lumber, is getting closer to high 30s thousands, 36,000, 37,000, up to 40,000. So you're talking about a tripling of the basic building unit. Now, to a certain extent, I guess a decrease in the supply of the housing market would avoid, especially with all of the inflation that's coming down the road. Maybe we don't need to have what we had in 2008, where there was just hundreds of thousands of houses on the market and nobody to live in them. Maybe having a little bit of a reduced supply of houses might not be so bad just for that kind of micro view of it. But in general, stalling out the building industry is not the best thing to do for the economy.
No, definitely not. So what's up next?
Okay, so a word that Dyer was trying to describe a little bit ago, and he said that was coming up soon. He was right. A word that we hoped would be left in the 70s seems to be popping up a lot again. It's stagflation. But what is stagflation?
Inflating a deer.
Yes. A male deer. So, I could tell you all about stagflation, but Investopedia has this wonderful 1-minute video where they do a great job explaining it. So we're going to watch them.
Stagflation is the term for an economic period of slow growth, relatively high unemployment, and rising prices. Other indicators of stagflation are reductions in gross domestic product and other productivity measures. Stagflation seems counterintuitive for those who understand classic economic theory. For instance, normally when unemployment is high, consumers have less income and thus spend less. Prices typically drop when spending drops. Stagflation is an exception to this widely held economic belief. There are many theories as to why stagflation happens, but no one knows the exact cause. Keynesian economists put the blame on rapid drops in the supply of necessary goods like oil or food. Monetarists cite rapid growth in the money supply. Supply-side economists blame taxes and government entitlement programs. A notable period of stagflation in the United States occurred in the 1970s when oil prices skyrocketed. This caused an increase in transportation and shipping costs that rippled through the economy, increasing all prices, yet also contributing to a rise in unemployment.
Thank you, Investopedia. So it's interesting that Investopedia lists the possible causes that they're in dispute. It's disputed what causes stagflation. So they talk about reduction in supply. It might be that. It might be a growth in the money supply, or it might be or it could
taxes. Be all three.
Hold on. It might be increased taxes or entitlement programs. So let's run down the checklist here. So we got a reduction in supply. Yes. Definitely check. Caused by shutdowns and perpetual lack of potential workers who are getting unemployment. So there's a reduced supply. Obviously, we just went through a reduced supply in the housing market. I'm sure you guys have heard about the silicon shortage. There's no GPUs. There's no CPUs. It's stalling out car production because they can't put the computers in them. There's all kinds of stuff that's short. You try to buy ammo lately for any price. So it's definitely a reduction in supply. So whoever thinks that stagflation is caused by reduction in supply, whether they're right or wrong, we've checked that box. What about the rapid growth in the money supply, people? Well, that's a super check. We printed off $6 trillion last year, and we're slated for another $4 to $10 trillion this year. The M1 money supply is up more than 200% in the last year. In the last year, we've printed more than double what the original money supply was. So definitely rapid growth in the money supply. What about an increase in the taxes and entitlement programs? Well, that's also a check. Biden's tax plan increases corporate taxes, capital gains taxes, ends the tax cuts, which is itself technically a raise in taxes that the middle class is going to feel. Entitlement programs are at the core of every DNC agenda. Free college, free housing, free unemployment, free childcare, free childcare for when you're not working, and free food and free healthcare and free citizenship and free other things. All the things are free. So you don't really need to have a dispute between each other as to what's causing the stagflation, because we definitely know it's at least one of those things. And since it's all of those things are happening, we can be pretty rest assured stagflation is happening.
Yes, we can be sure that the Biden admin really loves inflated male deer, because they are making sure they do every possible avenue of attack to make sure they get that exact thing.
Yes.
If you were trying to design stagflation, this is what you do.
Yes.
So, as Fox mentioned before, staggering levels of unemployment benefits are keeping the unemployed from seeking jobs. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, who we just are a huge fan of, is trying to push back on this, saying our local job creators should not have to compete with the federal government for workers.
I agree. That characterization seems to be completely true, that jobs are having to compete with the federal government because the federal government is paying out so much money in unemployment that it's competitive with the job market, which is not how it's supposed to work.
And in some states, it's more than competitive.
Yeah. There are reports coming in from all over the country of restaurants and small businesses closing their doors due to being unable to find staffing. The only way to explain the current high unemployment and the simultaneous high demand for workers is that unemployment benefits are keeping potential workers out of the workforce.
So my wife's first job was $10 an hour. And now she could get paid $16 for doing nothing. So McCarthy and the other GOP leaders are urging Republican states to reject continued federal unemployment benefits, which are worth upwards to $16 an hour in some places. So far, 14 states have announced plans to reject the federal unemployment supplements. This list includes Alabama, Arizona, Arkansas, Georgia, Idaho, Iowa, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, North Dakota, Ohio, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Wyoming.
Did you enjoy reading all of those?
Not really, no.
Oh, I enjoyed thinking about making you read all of those when I highlighted them.
So those are the states that actually care about their economy.
Yeah. So the way the supplement was working was, states have their own unemployment programs, and then there's federal unemployment. And when you become unemployed, you pull out of both of them. And what the federal government was doing was they were adding more to that. And so what you have all these states doing is they're saying, hey, we got our business leaders saying they can't find anybody to work, and the federal government's saying, well, we're going to make it easier to not go to work by paying them more money. And these states are saying, no, we can't do that. This is not a sustainable economic model. Like, we have to get people back to work. Like, at the end of the day, we can't all be YouTubers and journalists. Like, somebody has to make stuff.
Yes. And $16 an hour, as we discussed on our previous show, it can't be replaced by a job with $16 an hour, because then you're making someone trade doing nothing for $16 an hour or doing a lot of something for $16 an hour and having the additional cost of driving to and getting the materials needed to do that job. So you're basically creating a minimum wage of at least $20 an hour or more.
Yeah. Well, and you're creating a high opportunity cost. So you could be making even $20 an hour doing work for 40 hours a week. Or,
thanks for the follow.
Yes, much appreciated. Or you could be making $16 an hour having fun, maybe working on your art skills or writing a book. I've got a book I want to write someday. And if I could... thinking about it, it wouldn't be too bad of a deal for me to go on unemployment for 18 months while I write that book. And then, when I pop off of it, I'll just sell that book, and then I don't need my unemployment anymore. But you got a lot of people who are sitting there doing the math and saying, at $20 an hour, well, my car, gas, and stuff like that, it kind of eats into that. Having to go out for lunch, it kind of eats into that $20. I just don't know if an extra $4 is worth the price of me having to get up at 7 a.m. So when your unemployment is really only 60% of your previous salary, then the decision's a lot easier. It's enough to get you by, but it's not enough to live off of. $60 an hour, that's way higher than minimum wage. I mean, that's way more than enough to live off of permanently. And with all of your free time, I'm sure it's pretty easy to find ways of tricking the system to make sure that you stay on unemployment. And I don't necessarily... The Democrats want to say, like, oh, the Republicans, they're just calling people lazy and that they're being bad people. And I really don't think... I think laziness has a little bit to do with it, but I don't... As I just described, I described to you a very rational economic reason why maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea for me to get myself unemployed and write that book. There's a lot of people who are doing that math right now and saying, why would I go and, break my back for some boss for 40, 50 hours a week and just do something that's extremely unenjoyable when for only a slight decrease in pay, I could just not do that. That's a really rational decision to make. And the only reason why it's a rational decision to make currently is because the government has so warped the economy. Under a free market, that never happens. The invisible hand, supply and demand, rational actors, none of this happens under those conditions. This only happens when the government steps in and severely manipulates the labor market.
This is basically no difference from a UBI, and UBI creates a society with far less productivity because you are encouraging people not to be productive. You can't really blame that person for making a rational economic decision to go with what requires the least amount of effort for enough resources to support their life and their interests, right? I can't really be mad at them because the government's giving them a better than minimum wage job to not work.
Now, there's a lot of ways that have been proposed in theory, some of which have merit, some of which don't, in which we could reorganize our economy around a UBI. But I'm not going to do that or talk about those because I live in reality. And the reality of our current economy is if you make it that you're talking about unemployment at a level that is severely eating into the level that you would get for doing productive manufacturing type labor. This is the kind of labor that the current economy requires. We cannot just have all of the jobs that are manufacturing labor, have all of those just be completely gone from the U.S. economy and merely rely on YouTubers, celebrities, media personalities, combinations of the such. But these high-end luxury jobs and people doing day trading and moving money around and all that stuff may or may not it's debatable whether or not that has its place in the economy. But the only reason that sort of stuff can exist is because there is a base of manufacturing and people doing productive services. YouTubers, not productive labor. Nope. Media personalities, not productive labor. Entertainers, not productive labor. Assembling a car, that's productive labor. Farming, that's productive labor. Doing what I do, I work for a food company. Even though I'm doing IT stuff, I actually contribute productive labor to the economy because I'm maintaining a company that produces a productive thing. If I were to go do IT at a media company, all of a sudden I'm no longer a productive laborer. So, some jobs it's flexible as to whether or not you are, but I don't have a company to do IT work for if all of our labor workers are no longer working for us because they can get better jobs elsewhere. And it is just not tenable in a lot of these places unless you're going to have, which is what we're starting to see, and what the Democrats have been asking for. You've got the Democrats saying like, well, if your wages aren't high enough to compete with unemployment, maybe you should be raising your wages. Well, that's probably what's going to happen one way or the other. And you're going to start seeing some rapid inflation. So the food industry in particular is something I know about, but I'm sure a lot of other industries are very, very similar. Food industry has particularly tight margins. You're talking about 1%, less than 1% sometimes at each step along the chain, where my company, we're only scraping maybe 1% off the top between the farms and the suppliers with the restaurants. That's not a lot of money to sustain the business off of, and that's what it's like across the entire food industry. You get into cars or like devices or something like that, maybe the margin's a little bit higher, but at the end of the day, you're going to start seeing an increase in prices. If my company right now, I think our last check was that we're paying around $17 to $18 if you're including healthcare benefits and things like that in the calculation. If we suddenly have to, even increase that by 10%, much less double the price of that, all of a sudden your food prices, they're going to start skyrocketing. I mean, they're already skyrocketing, but you're talking about doubling, tripling of the cost. So like right now, just looking at the economic impact of the food industry, because that's what I'm most familiar with, you're talking about doubling the labor rate just to compete with unemployment. And then at the same time, you've got Biden orchestrating this collapse of the energy economy. And so trucking that food all over the country, all of a sudden that gets really, really expensive. So you're talking about really, really setting up the country for some really hard times with food shortages, or if the food's not short, it's extremely expensive. That is coming.
Yeah. If you were to average out all the increase in products, you could very conservatively say that things have increased by at least 10% across the board. But a lot of things that are the things required to like the major costs built into production of everything, like gasoline and power, those have increased by what was it, 40-something%? Yeah. So the things that the end products for a lot of things, their prices haven't caught up yet to the inflation. So you're looking at your paycheck if it doesn't increase by the percentage of the cost of goods, you are essentially getting paid less buying power. And people like me, my pay increases are based off of what Congress authorizes each year, right? And what the president pushes for. So under Obama, we were getting like a 0.8% yearly increase to try to keep up with inflation, while inflation was increasing at 3%. And then under Trump, we got an increase to our paycheck that was actually comparable to inflation, right? To keep our buying power the same. I highly doubt they're going to give us a 10% increase to our pay.
Yeah, and what going back here to the CBS article that you were reading. So month-to-month inflation was 0.8% over the expected 0.2%. So in the last month, inflation was 4 times higher than what they thought, which begs the question: who the hell was thinking that it was 0.2%? Like that? Why on? Like, I think it was very obvious. You go to any YouTube channel, and we've all been saying for the last few months, and really, I'll go back to this in a second. But you go to any YouTube channel, they've been talking about inflation. Yeah, that's coming for months now. It's so obvious, and yet the best and brightest minds the U.S. government can afford, they're all saying like, oh, I think it's going to be about 0.2%, which is just completely wrong. And realistically, guys, it's higher than the 4.2% that they're saying. So the 4.2% is an annualized rate, but it's higher than that. The way that they calculate inflation is meant to try to sandbag the number as much as possible. Your real inflation that's really going to hit your pocketbook, you're looking at, the estimates are as high as 20%, 10 to 20% depending on where you're at. If you're in the cities, you're probably looking at 30 to 40% just in a year. You're talking about in a city, your cost of food is probably going to go up 30 to 40% in the coming year. That's crazy. If you're living in a regular rural area, probably going to be not as much, but it's still going to go up. You've got Tyson Chicken and some other chicken companies announced last month their schedule is that by the end of the summer they are going to be massively increasing the price of chicken. You've got a lot of industries where prices are sticky and they're contracted, so that's also a big thing with food is growers have long-term contracts for certain things and certain dollar amounts. And so even with the stickiness of food inflation, it's still rising rapidly. There was a massive increase in the price of eggs and milk so far already, but that's just what they can kind of eke out with the current contracts.
And how many farmers are going to be actually going to have to default because of the change in price?
Quite a few. But as soon as you see in 6 months from now, when some of those contracts start getting renewed, you're going to see a skyrocket in food prices. That rubber band is going to snap everybody in the face. And about the inflation and the YouTubers talking about it, well, Dyer and I, we talked about the inflation back in June after the the CARES Act, and we went through a whole thing about how, back last June we said, well, probably in about 18 months, here's all the reasons why I think inflation is going to start, going nuts. And here we are, not quite 18 months later from last June, but what's inflation doing? It's going fucking nuts. And the reasoning that we had at the time for it was they slowed down the economy because of the shutdowns, and it reduced the velocity of money. So you were spending, normally you would spend $1 maybe 20 times in a year. You give it to somebody, they give it to somebody else, they give it to somebody else. That happens about 20 times per year. We actually, during the COVID lockdowns, we actually slowed that down by maybe down to 15 times per year that $1 was being spent. That had the effect of, it looked like there was less money in the economy because it was changing hands less often. So when they printed all that money last summer, it just filled in the gap. And inflation was supposed to be deflating because the money was slowing down. And then it was inflating because they added money to the supply. And those just kind of canceled out. And we didn't really see any effect one way or the other for a while. But as they've unlocked things and the money velocity picked back up, all of a sudden, the money supply still has all that extra money in it, and now the money's moving faster. Boom, you get inflation. We described all that last June, and now you're seeing almost exactly what we described here and now, and it's really, really going to kick it. We're just in the very start of it. If you guys look back through some of the economic crises that we've had in history, especially even the 2008 one. This is just a start. These things don't start and end in a few months. These things start over the course of a year, and they last for a few years after that. So we are in... I think a year ago we were looking ahead and saying, wow, we got the potential for some really bad stuff to start happening. This year we're looking at it and saying, wow, the really bad stuff is starting. It's not just, man, I think it's going to be bad. We're starting the bad stuff. And I think at this point there is no way to kind of put that.
No, the wheels are already in motion. Man.
Yeah, there's no way to put that back in the box.
So just to reiterate for anyone who, I know you know this about farm loans, but farms, they have their payout at one part of the year, and then they have cost throughout the entire year. So they take loans for the cost of the manpower, materials, equipment required to do the farming, and they have a contract for how much they're going to sell the product, their expected product. So they have a set price. I'm going to make this much money. I'm going to take a loan for this much that's going to cover the cost of producing that materials. With the knowledge at the end, I'll be able to pay off the loan with the expected revenue from the selling of that product at the far end. So the government produces loans, and there's also a huge commercial market for these farm loans that have a lower percentage rate. Their margin for profit, though, on these loans versus what their contracts are very small. Sometimes it's in the cents per pound, right? Like a couple cents per pound. Yeah. So a change of 5% or even 2% in the cost of production materials, like, I don't know, lumber or labor going up,
or diesel
fuel, a small percentage of that cost can make a farm have a huge loss in that year. And if a couple of years of that farm, if it's a family farm, it goes out of business. And this is after they had, during COVID, a lot of these farms couldn't sell or transport their products because there was no one, there was no markets to take it to.
But fear not, these farms don't just disappear; they're still there. And when they go under, they sell, and they sell to giant farming conglomerates, mega farmers, and that is further consolidation of the economy with the rich people. You have all of these mega farm companies who own, just a handful of companies own almost all of the farmable land, and I think it's called arable land. Which never made sense to me. But anyways, so
you can breathe air on that land.
Yes,
that's why I got to show.
This is the Democrat economy, is always consolidating power. Now, the Republicans sure had their share in that decades ago, and maybe into the current century. But I'm not here tonight to talk about what the Republicans did 20 years ago. I'm here to talk about what's going on right now. And as of right now, for the last year, we have seen Democrats as urgently as possible using any excuse to try to centralize the economy under a few different corporations. Now, it's pretty easy to see that with the tech sector and the Amazons and the retail sector. A lot of people aren't quite as familiar with the egg sector, and to be honest, I'm not super familiar with who the big names are for the conglomerates. But I would probably guess, if I had to guess, you probably got the heads of some of those companies are rather friendly with the politicians. So once again, the effect of what is happening, what the policies are currently, is the government, regardless of who's running it, the government seems to exist to serve the interests of the biggest companies, creating monopolies instead of busting them up or preventing them or defending the little guy. They are, I don't know, again, maybe it's an accident. It doesn't seem like it is. They are trying to get rid of the idea that anybody has a small business.
Yep. Which is, by the way, the greatest vehicle for upward mobility.
Absolutely.
And it is the middle class. You're destroying the middle class, and any hope of ever leaving the lower class.
Yes, my hopes of leaving the middle class are pegged on the small business of Direwolf Media, and it is.
Well, you're definitely getting pegged then. I started that. Was that? I didn't mean to say that out loud.
I'm just in it for the tax deductions. Oh yeah, that $2,000 gaming computer I bought. Yeah, of course that was for streaming. Yep,
absolutely.
Write that off my taxes, please. Thank you.
Mine too.
Absolutely. Okay, where are we at on this? Did we
finish the story?
Did we?
Yeah.
Are you sure you don't want to read that list of states again?
I mean, do you want me to? I think no one would rather me say that again.
Let's move on to our next story. So, COVID, mask panic. Let's see here. Let me check YouTube here.
Nazi fags. How dare you?
Juicy nigga.
Why would you do that?
Lumber has gotten so expensive that building with stone and brick and steel is now as cheaper than wood. So one unintended consequence may be more barnuminiums and stone cottages.
That'd be cute. I'd like that.
Hey, I asked when I first got to this house, I was trying to make it wolf proof. So I was trying to get a company to put in a stone fence that was 8 feet tall. And I found out that in my area, no one makes stone fences, and all the companies that I asked when I went to all construction companies, they looked at me like I had 3 heads. They're like, why do you want a stone fence?
I don't think a stone makes fences. I think they make walls. I think there's like a fundamental difference between walls and fences. Well, no, because like the difference between walls and fences was like the distinction was an important distinction over the last year.
Okay, fair enough.
So Dyer went with bollard fencing to keep the wolves in.
Yeah, they didn't want any stone walls. We only do wooden fences for residential. So if I was a company, if it was an industrial park, I could get a stone wall. Yeah. Are you? No, then we can't do it for you. Like, I thought I was the customer. Do I?
Couldn't you just? I mean, you have your company and your wife's company is out of your house. I mean, you could have just bought it under them. Just call them back and be like, yes, I know I have the same voice, but I'm actually calling from my company now, which is based out of my house. Please build me a stone fence.
Well, I could try that now that I'm leaving. So let's do the mask panic.
Okay, so all right, so to start this segment off, we are going to watch a little flashback all the way back to the deep history of 1 month ago. Let's watch. I know it was a long time ago, guys, but time machines.
No scientific studies have shown significant numbers of reinfections of patients previously infected or previously vaccinated. What specific studies do you cite to argue that the public should be wearing masks well into 2022?
I'm not sure I understand the connection of what you're saying about masks and reinfection. We're talking about people who have never been infected before.
You're telling everybody to wear a mask, whether they've had an infection or a vaccine. What I'm saying is they have immunity, and everybody agrees they have immunity. What studies do you have that people that have had the vaccine or have had the infection are spreading the infection? If we're not spreading the infection, isn't it just theater?
No, it's
not.
not.
The vaccine and you're wearing 2 masks. Isn't that theater?
No, that's not. Here we go again with the theater. Let's get down to the facts.
Anyone who is fully vaccinated can participate in indoor and outdoor activities, large or small, without wearing a mask or physical distancing. If you are fully vaccinated, you can start doing the things that you had stopped doing because of the pandemic.
No, it's
not.
not.
The vaccine and you're wearing 2 masks. Isn't that theater?
No, that's not. Here we go again with the theater.
Yeah, no. So I know. To give Dr. Fauci some credit, this was a month ago, and in the last month, we've had major science and technological breakthroughs that have said that if you're vaccinated, you can't get sick. I know Fauci didn't know, nobody could have known that a month ago. Nobody knew that vaccines worked a month ago. So, it's not really Fauci's fault that the CDC recently discovered that vaccines work. And that, you can't get sick after you have the vaccine. And the CDC has now countermanded Dr. Fauci's orders. Contrary, if you're not an idiot or lemming, you might have realized that the science has not really changed on whether or not vaccines work. Now, whether or not you want to get the vaccine due to decisions you've made about your risk factor, that's totally aside. Vaccines do work. And this idea that is new information that the CDC finally announced this week that, well, what you just saw it, that you no longer have to wear masks if you're fully vaccinated, that it took until now for that information to come out. We've been vaccinating people since November? Almost 6 months now.
Biden said that it was mongoloidal thinking to open up after people had already, in large part, been vaccinated, and was now a
I believe it was
risk.
Neanderthal.
Sorry, Neanderthal.
Yes.
Thinking. So is it now not? And was it actually Neanderthal thinking to keep things locked down even though people were vaccinated?
Well, once again, like I said, there was giant scientific breakthroughs in the last 6 months.
But there was.
I know. That is the problem. You also had the issue, the CDC director that was making that announcement that we just saw. She not but 4 weeks ago was saying that she woke up with internal fears that there was something ominous on the horizon, and her paranoia, her internal paranoia was what was driving CDC policy. That's crazy.
Yeah. So I was watching a bit from The Rise, which is a left-wing news agency as well. And,
YouTube is forcing them down my throat lately. They're like, hey, do you want me to autoplay this after watching Crowder or watching the Daily Wire or watching Direwolf Media? Yeah, I don't really watch our show, but
who would watch this show?
I don't know.
It's terrible.
But yeah, the YouTube is just I don't care what I'm watching, even if I'm watching funny gaming videos. It's just hey, did you want to watch The Rise next? I'm like, no, I didn't, but I guess thank you for shoving it down my throat.
Yeah. So they did a show talking about how there was evidence far back that the vaccine and mask usage, mask usage wasn't required for outdoor because there hadn't been a single recorded transmission casually outside of the COVID virus. Not a single one globally recorded. They were able to track it back to individual moments when people were in rooms together doing certain activities close together, but they had not had any example of outside transmission. So there was no science supporting mask usage, but they were saying people supported it because it was the political thing. It was kind of a tribalistic thing, and that people were opposed to chloroquine, and they were opposed to opening up the economy because Trump said it, and that they were just kind of politically the whole discussion was so politically charged that people like them, they weren't referring to themselves, but they were on the same group in the media, were choosing to cause damage to our economy and to disrupt our lives simply because they wanted to contradict Trump.
Orange man bad, Dyer. So now, there was some confusion and some fright by many on the left by the announcement from the CDC, as Dyer was alluding to, that the left really saw the masks as a sign of political allegiance, and so they were concerned that because the CDC announced that vaccinated people could stop wearing masks, that maybe unvaccinated people would lie about it, but not to fear. Joe Biden delivered the scathing order later the same day that CDC said that you no longer had to wear masks if you were vaccinated. Let's listen to our fearless leader.
It's vaxxed or masked.
Wow. Stunning.
Vaxxed
and brave.
That's strange because a lot of states already don't require masks. So I guess he's not talking to us. He's talking to blue states that are still victimizing their people, because we haven't been listening to him for a long time. And, it's crazy. He thinks he has the power and right to tell us to wear masks or not. Right.
It's funny. I was telling you this before the show, but my company, I was talking about the president, and we were talking about after the CDC announcement, like, well, what is the company going to do? And our corporate office said the plan is June 1st, they're going to, just kind of make it, a solid month. But June 1st, they're going to say, okay, you don't have to wear masks in the building anymore. We're like, okay, that's fine. And he said, but that's assuming the CDC maintains consistent guidance. And I was like, oh no, we're going to do corporate policy based off whether or not the CDC maintains consistent guidance. Oh no.
Yeah, my base commander came up with a policy a while back, like early on, saying it is the government's policy. Whatever the CDC is saying is the policy. So to avoid anyone in leadership getting in trouble, we're going to mirror our policies to CDC. So the moment the CDC says masks were no longer required, even though Biden had said that federal masks were required on all federal facilities, the moment that happened, a memo came out from the commander saying no masks are required for anyone who's vaccinated. And then suddenly, it's amazing, everyone on base was suddenly vaccinated. It's weird. It went from like
Crazy.
40 to 100% in an hour.
Yes.
So, but even their fearless leader wasn't able to assuage their terror at the loss of the mask. Most of the legacy media spent the week stuck in a catch-22. If they continue wearing masks, people might think they are anti-vaxxer Republicans, or worse, Trump supporters. But if they didn't mask, then people might think that they are anti-masker Republicans, or worse, Trump supporters. But they really shouldn't worry so much when their ratings suggest that people really don't think that much about them anyways. Many party members flocked to Twitter to reject the CDC guidance. I guess they're just science deniers now. And they said the science and the science behind it because of this potential confusion that which party they might belong to. David Hogg's tweet is by far not the only one of these, but it represents a lot of them. He said,
I don't know about you, but I feel the need to continue I feel the need to continue wearing my mask. Hold on a second. Outside, even though I am fully vaccinated, because the inconvenience of having to wear a mask is more than worth it to have people not think I am a conservative. I feel like this is something you can especially understand if you are in a very liberal area where 99% of the people you see are wearing masks.
You know what this tells me? Is that he and the other Democrats who are saying the same statements is they realize that their tribe are violent radicals who will beat the shit out of someone who doesn't show their sign, doesn't wear their required emblem that shows.
Yeah, it does feel a little like that, doesn't it? And it's I feel like it's a little concerning. If you look throughout history, it's a little concerning anytime a non-standard article of clothing becomes synonymous with a political movement. Like like an armband, which is a non-standard article of clothing, a mask, non-standard article of clothing. It's a little concerning. Now some liberals might try to say, because they're stupid, that the MAGA hat is that, but a hat is not a non-standard article of clothing, so it does not fit in that definition.
Yeah, they could just start wearing their masks on their shoulder, to still show that, hey, I am a Democrat. I believe in the sciences, the science and its holiness. I believe in.
Yes.
So please don't punch me in the face.
So the liberal response to the CDC announcement was not unanimous. There was, of course, this idiot, Dr. Naomi Wolf, who said, "I want my vote back," because if you remember, she had a tweet, I think in December even, after she realized that Biden wanted to continue lockdowns, a month after she voted for him in November, when it was pretty obvious to everybody else who has a brain that Biden was in favor of lockdowns because he said as much.
So.
Which is really interesting because Biden didn't say a whole hell of a lot last year during the election. He was in his basement for most of the time. He did not have very many public appearances or public addresses. And the few times he did, he said he wanted to continue lockdowns. So I don't know what show Naomi Wolf was watching last year, but certainly wasn't watching reality or paying any kind of attention to politics, because that seemed to be very obvious. And then you see her again here, oh, well, I want my vote back. Well, maybe you shouldn't have wasted it. Maybe you shouldn't have wasted it in the first place. You know, there's a lot of people who fought very hard for women to get the right to vote, and this is what you did with yours.
Now, I'm not going to say that women shouldn't vote, but
no. I'm just saying that she, like, you know, the vote that I have, nobody had to work super hard. Like, okay, like, you know, the founding fathers worked pretty hard for, like, everybody's right to vote, right? But more recently, girls have had, you know, their people really recently fought hard for their right to vote.
A bunch of men and, you know.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't it was no simple thing. And this is what she does with hers. Is immediate regret.
You know, maybe you're not willing to actually look into what, like, the only thing the candidate you're voting for said is exactly what he's done so far. He actually was fairly honest about what he did say. And it's crazy. We have these Democrats who are now saying, oh my God, I can't believe he's doing these things. You are an idiot. Maybe you shouldn't vote. And maybe now you realize that you're an idiot who voted just because Orange Man bad and didn't actually look at the policies. You now the only thing Biden has done correctly is start redoing some of the things Trump had done because he realized he had messed up. Maybe you should sit down, shut the fuck up, and listen to someone who didn't vote for Biden, because you now realize you're so fucking retarded that you should probably not be telling us what we should be doing.
So I don't know what Naomi is a doctor of. I think it's not a medical doctor, I suspect. But I do know that she's a feminist, and really, what is a feminist but somebody who fancies themselves a thoughtful, intellectual person? I know that she's written books, and the kinds of people that write books that are, you know, not good storybooks. If you're writing a book, you either think you're good at telling stories. You might be good at telling stories, but you think you're good at telling stories, or you think you've got some kind of profound idea to put out in the world, and maybe you do. But certainly, if you're writing a book about feminism, you don't have any very profound ideas. So Naomi is one of those people on the left who's considered a quote unquote intellectual. I don't think that she's necessarily a part of the intellectual dark web, but she's kind of in that sphere of influence. And this has been my problem with a lot of the intellectual dark web is you also have Sam Harris, who is one of the OG quote unquote intellectual dark web, self-described. And you get these people who fancy themselves as intellectuals, as great thinkers, and they don't seem to espouse any great thoughts or have evidence that they've put wisdom or thought or philosophy into any of their decisions. Sam Harris is equally regretting voting for Biden, and it's really funny that the people who the arrogance of self-describing as an intellectual and then doing stuff like this. I think Dyer and I are decent at thinking. I think we're pretty logical. I think we talk through our opinions here. You know, maybe don't always get everything perfectly right. But I wouldn't consider us to be intellectuals. I think it's a little beyond the pale. But you have these people who have these really, really basic opinions, really basic understanding of reality, not paying attention to anything. But they think that because self-described as an intellectual, that, you know, their opinion is so important, everybody else in America really needs to hear what they have to say, and should probably follow what their ideas are, because, you know, they might not be self-aware, they might not be well read up on current reality or current events, but they are an intellectual, goddammit. They're much smarter.
I've never once called myself, or you for that matter, an intellectual. For myself, I'm a soldier. I know what my trait is. I feel like I should have common levels of intelligence, basic intelligence, right? I really wish it were how it works. I don't think I have super above average intelligence. I think I look at the world through a pretty rational, reasonable lens, and so I think, I mean, maybe I can speak about issues at this level to people and help them understand information. I did research that they didn't do, right? I don't think I'm smarter than the audience. I think I've just done more research on certain topics that they didn't have time to do throughout the day.
And you know, going through commentating too is just an experience of thinking through stuff. You know, a lot of people who aren't doing this, and especially when I got started, it's everybody thinks about stuff, but to have to think about it at the level that we're having conversations about it, it's a skill that you grow, and I think anybody can grow that. But you've got these people who are out there self-described as important when and self-described as important due to their belief that they've got superior ideas. You see this a lot with the walkaways on the left. Almost all of the walkaways think that they're extremely smart, not realizing that, you know, it doesn't really take a lot of smarts to walk away from the left after the left tried to cancel you, and that they were idiots for following the left for so long.
It's just self-preservation.
Yeah. I know, kind of aside to this, something Dyer and I talked about earlier this week was something I kind of realized was interesting with us, and you know, maybe the audience want to disagree with whether or not we're we're good or not, but I think that Dyer and I are unique in your commentary diet. For those of you that follow us, I'm betting we are the only, or one of the only, commentators that you're listening to that have other full-time jobs. We don't do this YouTube thing full-time. Now, certainly could the channel be a lot better? Could we produce a lot more content if we did it full-time? Certainly. But you look at someone like a Crowder, Tim Pool, a Tucker Carlson, Andrew Wilkow, Mark Levin, all interesting personalities, all very successful at what they're doing, but they're not in the economy. They're not in the doing what I described earlier as productive labor. Crowder's great, Tucker's great, but they're not doing productive labor. And a lot of these people did come. A lot of them did come through, you know, rising up through. What's that?
Nothing.
Oh, a lot of them did. You like made like a weird noise. A lot of them.
I said talk. You said a lot of them had come. I'm sorry.
Are you serious, man? I'm like in the middle of this. See, if we did this full time, Dyer wouldn't make these awful jokes. No, but a lot of these people, they did come up through the ranks. You know, they did, you know, at certain points in their life, you know, they were in different, you know, economic sectors, which is perfectly fine. And it's not to say that there's anything wrong with, you know, being well off or not having to have a traditional job. Not saying that there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying that it's different when you're talking about these sorts of things. Dyer and I are advocating for positions that are really the same regardless, because they affect us. So like, I'm not going to say, you know, if I'm advocating for something, it's something that affects the working class. Like I'm here in it with you guys. Whereas, you know, if Crowder or Tucker wants to say something, yeah, they're not necessarily getting affected by that policy. There's a lot of examples of left-wing commentators who their opinions on certain things have changed dramatically as their lot in life has changed, as they've changed income brackets. Someone like Crowder, I don't think that his opinion has changed at all through various income brackets. Dyer and I have both been in various income brackets throughout our lives as well, and we were discussing that we don't think that our opinions have changed all that much. You know, you look at kind of those core tenets, you know, small government. I thought that when I was poor. I thought that when I'm middle class now, and I'm sure I'll think that when I'm a Bitcoin billionaire. But I think that the way that you guys can kind of discern your political commentators, and I think also just your leftist quote unquote thought leaders or people that you're getting advice from, is if it is available to you, try and consider what was their opinions at different income levels. If it maintained consistency regardless of what their income level was or what type of job they had, you know, reliable personality. If their opinion seems to change with the wind, or, you know, if when they were poor, they were a collectivist, and when they're rich, they're an individualist, that's the kind of person that they are really just having selfish ideas. They are trying to trick you into doing something for whatever reason, and they're really just advocating for selfishness.
Yeah, when it comes to rights and freedoms, your opinion on should not change much at all because it's based on core principles, no matter what your wealth is. Now, we're not saying that it's a virtue to never change your mind. It's just that you'll see a huge difference between the few times where the two of us have changed our minds versus when a walk away changes their mind. They change their mind because they were then affected by the problem, and then they change it to defend themselves. They completely change their core. Well, they don't have core principles. They just change their opinion without actually having a core principle for which to base it on. But
exactly.
If we change our opinion, we have a core principle. That hasn't changed. We may have received new information that's still congruent with our core principles. Now we think something different because now we know more about that topic. And that doesn't happen very often because, they're not the information we're provided with. The core principles don't really allow for too much of a change.
Yeah, so right? I think a lot of the times that we've had to kind of update our beliefs is, implementing a policy, right? So it's like, is this a policy good idea? Is this policy a bad idea? We've been flexible on being convinced with new evidence about whether or not that policy has efficacy. But when you're looking at someone like a Walkaway, when they up to a year ago were advocating that for censorship and that the government should have control over people and that, it should be illegal to be a bigot and that sort of stuff. And then all of a sudden they got canceled and they're like, well, we, this cancel culture thing's gone too far. Like we can't be doing that anymore. That there is no indication of a core principle there. You just go back, you rewind the show a little bit when Dyer and I were talking about what is the government's role in defending the energy sector. We said, kind of counterintuitively to what we would normally believe, the government does have some role in that when normally we say the government doesn't have any role. And that's not us having no principles. We explained what the principle was. We're constitutionalists and the Constitution provides for the common defense. So we explained why with our principles and it was consistent. But if we all of a sudden tomorrow said, man, I just lost my job and I think it'd be great if we had more unemployment benefits, that there's no core principle there. Or alternatively, if after we lost our job, we found a new really great high paying job and we said, I really think that we should be cutting taxes after we had just been advocating for more social welfare programs, that's not a principled position. And certainly not an intellectual position. That is what I think kind of separates out the various spheres of commentators. Is you've got a lot of your intellectual class, and if you look at what they've talked about, and I've followed a few of them for a few years, and a lot of them have adjusted their positions to the point where there is no underlying principle set to it. They're merely relying on their thought and their ability to use rhetoric to convince you that they're correct. I and Dyer rely on rhetoric to try to explain to you what our principles are. I think that we're trying to explain, we're correct in our principles because if you have principles, everybody thinks they're correct, whether they're right or wrong. But I actually have a stable thing at the core, stable set of principles that I'm trying to use rhetoric to explain and convince you of. Whereas an intellectual, these intellectual dark web types, like Naomi Wolf, she used her rhetoric to just convince you of what was expedient for her at the time. And as she gets go ahead.
And I know that you've heard me go through the rationale of a new issue. And I often go, so my core principle is I believe this. So how is this affecting that principle? That's how anytime I'm reviewing a new issue that I had not previously thought through before, I always go back to what core principles will be affected by this. And I know that's probably the same kind of thought process you go through as well.
Yeah. And, sometimes I'm internally wrong. Maybe I won't have considered a certain angle on things, but once I'm made aware of that or understand that, I'm usually like, oh man, okay, that's challenging me. And having principles isn't easy. It's not as easy as just checking a box and saying like, does this one fit? Does this one not fit? A lot of times people have their principles challenged. The difference is whether or not you keep your principles. Again, and a challenge, one of the easiest to imagine challenges is switching income brackets up or down. If you've got principles and you're a principled person, you maintain those even when they're challenged. If you're not principled, then you don't maintain those principles. And that's what I'm saying with a lot of the intellectual dark web, a lot of all of the walkaways. That they are not able to withstand any kind of challenge. They only have principles when it's convenient.
Yep. So we move on to the next thing.
Yes, because the next thing is my favorite part of the show. So, some of the responses to the we were to bring us back to the show at hand. We were talking about the response to the CDC saying no more masks if you're vaccinated, and the liberals freaking out about it. So some of the responses, some people were taking to Twitter that were upset about it. Some of the responses, however, were a little more visceral. Let's take China Representative Eric Swalwell, for instance, who was reported to have had an altercation with Dyer in a Capitol Hill hallway earlier this week. First, to be fair, let's hear Swalwell's side of the story. Pull up his tweet here. So, Eric Swalwell said, I had a mask on as I stepped off the floor. Floor is capitalized, so I'm assuming he means the House floor. An aide with MT Green, which is, was it Mary something Green? What's her name?
Oh, man, I forget her name.
Man, you're just an awful co-host. So she, yeah.
You don't know her name either.
I know. Yeah, but you're supposed to be my backup. So an aide yelled at Swalwell to take off his mask, and he says no one should be bullied for wearing a mask. So I told the bully what I thought of his order. Predictably, he went speechless.
Mallory Taylor Greene.
Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you. Predictably, he went speechless, and I regret that I wasn't more explicit. So you have this Eric Swalwell story where, he's the big hero, and he's, taking down AIDS, and, that's a big thing. So that's his side of the story, and I'm sure that was the full story. I'm sure he didn't embellish it or leave out any details at all. So I really don't think there's any more reason for us to look into this further.
Well, actually, as the aide to MTG Green, unfortunately,
Marjorie
for Eric,
Taylor Greene, that's what it is.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. I've never once been speechless, by the way. I don't like the accusation from Swalwell. So, unfortunately for Eric, there was a reporter in the hallway who witnessed the exchange. Ooh, awkward. The New York Post has the story written right here, and they wrote. The China spy-linked California Democrat later admitted. Yeah, the China spy-linked California Democrat later admitted to his actions on social media, saying he didn't like to be bullied on face masking. One day after the CDC said all vaccinated people can scrap their masks when indoors. Although Democrats often accuse Republicans of not following science on COVID-19 in the past year, conservatives have flipped the script as many Democrats hesitated to accept the CDC's guidance on putting away masks if you've been fully vaccinated. The Post continued, saying Swalwell gave his non-socially distanced defense of mask wearing when Nick Dyer, a spokesman for Representative Mallory Taylor Greene from Georgia, said to him, Biden says you can take your mask off. I was rather polite, actually. It's cursing or anything. The Democrat marched over to Dyer and shouted at him, "You don't tell me what to fucking do," according to an account from Dyer that Dyer gave to the reporter Scott Wong of The Hill, who watched the confrontation but could not hear Swalwell's words.
Man, Eric seems to be very defensive of wanting to keep wearing his mask. I wonder what it is. Why would Swalwell be so adamant that he keep his face hidden? What could it possibly be?
An election and the an election.
Yeah, I think we know why he. Wants to keep his face hidden.
I mean, I wouldn't blame him if I was him as well. I would want to cover my face.
Yes. And just again for your guys' reference, the graphic we have up on screen right now. This is the only way, the CDC approved way of wearing your mask. I don't understand because this kid on just to the right, and then the grandma, and then also the guy below him, they're all wearing their mask like what it looks like correctly. I don't know why they have X's on them. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, the little boy's one is too big for his face. The grandma one is too loose on her face, and the one on the guy on the bottom left is not under his chin.
Well, the stormtrooper, he's got that all covered. Okay, so our next segment of the COVID update is Dr. Fauci has admitted that the U.S., he, with U.S. taxpayer dollar, funded gain-of-function research. And then he said that they didn't do that. But I believe him the first time. So let's see here. We're going to watch this video of an exchange that you probably heard about between Fauci and Mr. Rand Paul. Actually, Dr. Rand Paul. So let's see. We're going to skip to...
Who's actually a medical doctor.
He is actually a medical doctor. I think this starts here. Okay, so I did really want to watch this full video, but it's 7 minutes long, so I encourage you guys to go find this exchange on your own. This was this week during hearings between Dr. Fauci and Dr. Rand Paul.
They were good hearings.
What's that?
That was a good exchange. The entire thing.
So we're gonna watch some of the key parts here, but I'm gonna be having to leave out a lot of interesting stuff. So,
Dr. Fauci, do you still support funding of the NIH funding of the lab in Wuhan?
Senator Paul, with all due respect, you are entirely and completely incorrect that the NIH has not ever and does not now fund gain-of-function research in the Wuhan Institute.
That's pretty definitive. I'd remember that.
Do they fund Dr. Barrick?
We do not fund.
Do you fund Dr. Barrick's gain-of-function research?
Dr. Barrett does not doing gain-of-function research, and if it is, it's according to the guidelines, and it is being conducted in North Carolina.
That is really... Jeez. Okay, so before the part before this clip, before we get to, is Rand explaining what gain-of-function is and why it's so dangerous and how we are supposed to have kind of a ban on it, yet the council at the NIH that Dr. Fauci has some sway over every time has given exceptions for gain-of-function research, even though it's supposed to be illegal. And then you hear just now, we do not ever fund gain-of-function research. But if we did, it would be okay. So, well, that wasn't what the question was. The question was, do we fund it? And Fauci said, no, but maybe. But if we did,
we do it in this place.
It was okay. So don't you worry now. Now, I had to watch this exchange a few times to kind of grasp what was going on here, but just to kind of give you guys the cliff notes here. Essentially, what was going on is the Wuhan lab was part of kind of an international network of labs, and anytime you have an international network of anything, the U.S. always pays for it because that's just what we do. And so this doctor that he was talking about saying that, Dr. Barrett never did gain-of-function research, except for maybe he did. And if he did, it was doing it the right way. He was funded by U.S. taxpayer dollars, and he was part of this network, this international network that included Wuhan. And that Wuhan was doing gain-of-function research, Barrett was doing gain-of-function research, and they were talking back and forth with each other, sharing ideas and methods and things that they had learned. So in a way, we at least collaborated with gain-of-function research in Wuhan, funding it indirectly, though we did fund the Wuhan lab directly. I just don't think that gain-of-function research was a particular line item on that budget. But as everybody knows, money is fungible. So if you're paying for something at Wuhan, you're kind of paying for a little bit of everything at Wuhan, including the gain-of-function research. Let's keep watching.
not
You don't think
in
inserting
China.
a bat virus spike protein that he got from the Wuhan Institute into the SARS virus is gain of function?
That is
You would be
not-
in the minority because at least 200 scientists have signed a statement from the Cambridge Working Group saying that it is gain of function.
Well, it is not. And if you look at the grant and you look at the progress reports, it is not gain of function, despite the.
So what Ron Paul was just describing there was that the Dr. Barrett in North Carolina, one of the experiments they did was they modified SARS, the original SARS, which was pretty bad back in the 2000s. They modified it with a bat protein that they got from the Wuhan lab. So the Wuhan lab was sending them goodies, and they were, in America, putting those goodies into extra dangerous viruses. And that did, by modifying, genetically re-engineering that virus, it did give that virus an extra function, which, in my opinion, might be the definition of gain of function, that the virus would gain at least one function. So, Fauci wants to kind of mince words here and say, well, it's not the technical definition of what gain of function technique is, which is, it's kind of true in a very, very specific technical sense, but not in the sense of what is the problem here. The key problem is that the U.S. is due under the tutelage, is the word that Rand will use here in a second. Under Dr. Fauci's guidance, the U.S. has directed money towards engineering extremely dangerous viruses under the guise of doing it to help prevent them.
So, but gain of function is a method of doing something, and there's other methods, a technique. There's other methods that are very similar of doing the same thing. It's kind of like saying you did rock climbing, but did you use a natural material rope or a synthetic material rope? You did the same exact fucking thing with the same exact fucking result. You use a slightly different thing in that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, when you guys are blowing something up and, like, you pick one missile or a different kind of missile, and it's like, well, at the end of the day, you still did something different or dangerous. It was just, different way of getting there. So Dr. Fauci's being very, very evasive in his questioning here. And you saw it earlier as like, well, he wasn't doing gain of function research, except for if he was doing it in an approved way. And, the research that he was doing, it did involve genetically engineering extremely dangerous viruses, but, it was okay. And it wasn't really gain of function. And he'll continue on.
Fact that people tweet that.
So do you still support sending money to the Wuhan Virology Institute?
We do not send money now to the Wuhan Virology
Do you support
Institute.
sending money? We did, under your tutelage. We were sending it through EcoHealth. It was a sub-agency and a sub-grant. Do you support the money from NIH that was going to the Wuhan Institute?
Let me explain to you why that was done. The SARS-CoV-1 originated in bats in China. It would have been irresponsible of us if we did not investigate the bat viruses and the serology to see who might have been infected.
Or perhaps it would be
in China.
irresponsible to send it to the Chinese government that we may not be able to trust with this knowledge and with this incredibly dangerous viruses. Government scientists like yourself.
I want everybody to remember what he just said there. So it might not be a good idea. So Dr. Fauci says, well, it's justified to send money over there because we had to track down this dangerous virus. It could become a worldwide problem. It did. And Rand says, okay, but maybe we could have spent that money and maybe we could have done that research a different way. Maybe we didn't have to send that money to the Chinese because maybe we can't trust them. I want you to remember that, and I'm going to bring that back up here in about a minute.
Who favor gain of function research.
I don't favor gain of function research in China. You were saying
that's a lie. Fauci has really made his name off of gain of function research. If you look at Fauci's record over the last 10 to 20 years, a lot of it has to do with gain of function research.
Naturally, that are not correct.
Government defenders of gain of function, such as yourself, say that COVID-19 mutations were random and not designed by man. But interestingly, the technique that Dr. Barrett developed forces mutations by serial passage through cell culture, that the mutations appear to be natural. In fact, Dr. Barrick named the technique the no-see-em technique because the mutations appear naturally. Nicholas Baker of the New York Magazine said nobody would know if the virus had been fabricated in a laboratory or grown in nature. Government authorities in the U.S., including yourself, unequivocally deny that COVID-19 could have escaped a lab. But even Dr. Shi in Wuhan wasn't so sure. According to Nicholas Baker, Dr. Shi wondered, could this new virus have come from her own laboratory? She checked her records frantically and found no matches. That really took a load off my mind, she said. I had not slept for days. The director of the gain of function research in Wuhan couldn't sleep because she was terrified that it might be in her lab. Dr. Barrick, an advocate of gain of function research, admits the main problem that the Institute of Virology has is the outbreak occurred in close proximity. What are the odds? Barrick responded, could you rule out a laboratory escape? The answer in this case is probably not. Will you, in front of this group, categorically say that the COVID-19 could not have occurred through serial passage in a laboratory?
I do not have any accounting of what the Chinese may have done, and I'm fully in favor of any further investigation of what went on in China. However, I will repeat again, the NIH and NIAID categorically has not funded gain-of-function research to be conducted in the Wuhan Institute.
So he said earlier, again, Ron Paul brought up the idea that maybe it's not a great idea to give money to China when we don't know what they're doing with it. And Dr. Fauci, what did he just say? I don't know. I don't have any accounting of what the Chinese were doing. And the U.S. did not fund gain-of-function research in Wuhan. But we did send money to Wuhan, but Fauci just said he doesn't know what they did with it. So how does he know that they didn't do that?
Exactly. You can't know for sure what they did with the money.
Yeah, so I don't really know what Fauci's angle is here. I again, like I said, he's just lying that he doesn't have an interest in gain-of-function research. That's been a big part of what his career has been based around is virology, and a big part of that is gain-of-function. So I don't know what his angle is here in maybe trying to defend himself, but he's clearly being extremely dodgy in his questions. They do not have internal consistency. That is something that we've talked a lot about on this show, is you don't need to be an expert in something to watch somebody say one thing and then in the next minute contradict themselves. They can't be right about both things. So you don't need to know which answer is right, but you can know that they're lying based on them contradicting what they just said.
Yep, and that means that nothing else they say is credible.
Yes. So whatever Fauci's angle is, he is clearly being deceptive.
I mean, he changed his opinion on mask wearing and basically everything else related to COVID with no change in the science. Just a month went by, so he's had no credibility for a while.
Yep. Now the other interesting thing that Rand brought up was the gain-of-function technique that was pioneered in America and then shared with the Wuhan lab. They called it the no-see-em technique because as opposed to just doing a direct gene splice where there's kind of a very, when you do a gene splice, there's a really obvious cut point because there's no continuity between one sequence to the next, and it's just sticks out like a sore thumb when you're doing genetic analysis on it. It's like, wow, where did that sequence come from? But if you're doing gain-of-function, where what gain-of-function is you're putting a virus into a forced evolutionary environment. You're creating an environment where it's forcing viral evolution to make itself more virulent. So the virus is doing it. You're not putting a direct gene splice into it. You're forcing the virus through evolution to figure out how to be more virulent, with that being the goal. You're creating an unnatural environment for it to learn those new tips and tricks. And like what they were saying is, because it's using actual evolution to figure out those tips and tricks, it looks more natural. You can't tell that happened in a lab because there's not those hard cuts on the DNA. So you can't see that there was a gene splice because the virus figured out how to do that on its own, and it naturally integrated those new sequences into the main DNA strand. So what's funny is that a lot of what has been the evidence that there is no lab leak is that there's no evidence that the virus was genetically engineered. Well, what did Rand just say? Well, if you used the U.S. pioneered technique for gain of function, which we know was shared with the Wuhan lab, well, there's not gonna be any evidence that it was messed with in a lab. That's specifically not going to be any evidence. So their evidence that it wasn't a lab leak is that it doesn't look like it was grown in a lab, even though the accusation is, well, that lab was making things that don't look like they were grown in labs. So I want to put this in perspective here because I think gain of function is extremely dangerous. I recently learned about it along with a lot of other people last year as it became an issue. And one of the justifications for gain of function is that we need to make monsters in the lab so that we can learn to defeat them in the lab. That way, when they happen in real life, we'll already have the treatments and the vaccines and all this stuff to defend them in real life. So gain of function has been very widely said to be extremely dangerous for many years now. And the advocates keep saying, well, we need to, this is very important research for some kind of future super pandemic. Well, I don't know if I'd call COVID-19 a super pandemic. I mean, we didn't have any zombies or anything like that, but it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. And I did not see any research coming out of gain of function. There has not been, if Dr. Fauci, if he during this hearing had said, you know what, Rand, you guys are just Chicken Little saying the sky's falling, and here's all of the things that we learned during gain of function that helped us fix COVID-19. I would have said, you know what, damn, that was a hell of a gamble, but you know what, gain of function research is important. I am convinced on it. But they didn't do that because there has not been any useful information produced by gain of function research.
Ever. SARS,
Ever.
Bird flu, swine flu.
Ever.
This is not an isolated incident. We've had multiple pandemics have gone around the world where they had the opportunity to share what they have learned from their research, and not a single pandemic have they had any kind of research they could use to help us. In fact, the only possibility is that this research actually has caused some of the problems.
Really, the only scientific information that has come out of gain of function research is apparently the ability to determine whether or not a virus was leaked out of a lab that was doing gain of function research. And the answer is always no. So whether or not, I mean, so when you're doing, everything's risky, right? So everything has some kind of risk to it. And yet everything in life has trade-offs, right? But certain people have certain higher risk tolerances and lower risk tolerances. Dyer is a psychopath, so he'll do anything risky even if there is no reward for it. I'm a little bit more reserved. Some of you might be a lot more reserved. But what you don't want to do is you don't want to run this giant risky program, and there is no debate whether or not gain of function is risky. It's extremely risky. That's why it's done in BSL-4 labs, the highest safety standard of containment that you can have, because it's risky. But if there is no reward on it, if there is no upside, if after 20 years of doing gain of function research, they didn't produce a single bit of useful information during a pandemic that we could use during a pandemic, I would say that the project's an abject failure, and the only reason to continue it is just to satisfy the morbid curiosity of geneticists and doctors like Fauci. And to try to put an analogy to this, just to kind of put into a frame of reference that's more familiar to everybody, because bioengineering is, a little outside the scope of most people. So I want to analogize this to nuclear. So nuclear is something that very easily comes to mind as a quick analogy for what's going on with this bioengineering. So nuclear has both WMD capability and also civilian application. You can build a bomb or you can build a power plant. And both uses of nuclear technology are managed by the Department of Energy. Our nuclear warhead supply, all of that is under the purview of the Department of Energy. Yes, the military has all that stuff, but all the Manhattan Project, all the way up through the development cycles, all of that is managed by the Department of Energy. They've got their hands in it. They also have their hands in all the nuclear reactors, whether it's civilian, military, experimental, whatever, DOE, they're all over that stuff. So if for instance, some bureaucrat at the Department of Energy was, he had a big pile of money that Congress just gave him, and he was supposed to come up with an experimental reactor that would help the civilian population. That's what Dr. Fauci had. Dr. Fauci had a bunch of money, and he was supposed to figure out a application that would help out the civilian population in the realm of bioengineering. So let's say this Department of Energy guy, instead of creating a experimental reactor that was going to help out the civilian population, he decided to create a nuclear warhead an experimental nuclear warhead under the guise of trying to find a defense against nuclear warheads. Well, if we don't build these nuclear warheads and blow them up in the lab, we're not going to be able to defend against them in the real world. Because that makes sense. And then further than that, he was collaborating with Iranian scientists in creating this experimental warhead, because that's what Fauci was doing. They were creating experimental warheads in this gain-of-function research, and then they were collaborating with the Chinese, who are our enemies. And then let's say in my little example here, that Iranian scientist goes back to Iran with all the things that he learned from the American experimental warhead, and a few years later, his lab that this Iranian scientist was running launches a nuke at us. What would you think happened there? Would you think that maybe the Department of Energy bureaucrat, maybe he, committed treason, helped out terrorists, maybe he inappropriately gave U.S. funding and research to our enemies that then used it against us, whether it was on purpose or accidental? I think that Fauci and this other NIH scientist that was sharing his techniques with the Chinese, I think that they should be brought up on terror charges.
The result of their WMD resulted in more than 1 million deaths. So it'd be like lighting off a nuke.
Yes. Now, again, I think this, regardless of whether or not the lab leak hypothesis is true, it is potentially true, and the only reason it's potentially true is because we, America, under Dr. Fauci, at his direction, spent a lot of money in gain-of-function, and then shared that information with the Chinese. That is outrageous. And so you might think it's a little extreme that he should be brought up on terror charges, but it is very self-evident that bioengineered viruses are weapons of mass destruction. That's not like me making an analogy anymore. That's just the classification. Am I wrong, Dyer?
Yep.
Yeah, so it's a bioweapon, which are considered WMDs. And there is no other, I can't think of any other, so you got biological WMDs. I can't think of any other class of WMDs that it would be reasonable to share with our enemies. So other classes of WMDs, obviously kinetics. So you got your nuclear, maybe some kind of high energy kinetic weapon. You've got biological WMDs. You've got cyber WMDs. We've done this with different cyber attacks. Stuxnet was widely considered to be a cyber WMD. But it wouldn't be acceptable for any of those other ones to be shared with our enemy. But for some reason, Dr. Fauci and the NIH thought that it was perfectly fine to share this extremely dangerous technology.
Classifying it as a WMD, like part of the classification of a WMD is that it is so damaging that you wouldn't share it.
Exactly,
you would restrict access to it.
Yes. So I think that this is further evidence. I think a lot of people have been coming to this conclusion. I don't think I'm not claiming to be unique in this, but I think a lot of people have been coming to the conclusion that over the last definitely 6 months, Fauci and the NIH, they've gone rogue. They have been doing all kinds of crazy stuff that was not authorized. What Rand Paul was describing earlier with this council and the I think it's the part of the video that I skipped. But the U.S. outlawed gain-of-function research a while ago. But Dr. Fauci, they set up this kind of ethics council that would determine whether or not something was or wasn't gain-of-function. And basically what they did was they just did what Dr. Fauci did. They changed the definition of what gain-of-function was. And they said, okay, well, gain-of-function is illegal. We'll call it something else. And that is... you're talking about mad scientist level stuff here. And it's really just... I don't know, I guess satisfying morbid curiosity, being able to write that next paper, having a lot of fun in the lab. I don't know. But when you're getting to the point where you're sharing a self-admitted technique that is able to hide genetic engineering and make it look like a natural weapon. Because isn't that the best kind of WMD, is something that looks natural?
Absolutely. Make it so when you attack your enemies, that it doesn't look like an attack.
Exactly. I think that's even something from The Art of War, isn't it? Isn't it make?
Yes.
There's some line in there. It's a very short book, but one of the lines is that when you attack your enemy, make sure they don't realize that it was you.
Yep.
So. This is pretty concerning, and I don't think that there's any motivation in the current administration to look into this, to rein this in. So we're going to have another almost 4 full more years, at least, of the NIH really going rogue. I don't think there's not currently anything stopping. Again, Dr. Fauci said, well, they're not doing gain of function research, but if they were, so there is nothing that's preventing that, because Fauci himself admits, like, well, it's, I don't think that they are, but it's possible that they are. And if they were going to follow these guidelines. So there's nothing currently that's preventing gain of function research. I think it's probably still going on in America. Clearly, he said it's going on in North Carolina. Which is a problem. And maybe the Republicans can do something about it in the midterms, but are they going to remember, as hopefully fucking COVID's way in the rearview mirror by then. I'm sure we'll probably be eating each other because food will be so expensive, by the midterms, but that aside, will there be any willpower to do anything about that? I just don't think that there will be. And if there is, I don't know. Are they going to be able to do anything about it? It takes really smart people to figure out what Rand Paul's trying to figure out and trying to explain as to what these scientists are doing. Most of us kind of just have to, most of us aren't genetic engineers. And so we have to kind of just take it on faith that these guys know what they're doing. And when they tell us something, it's like, well, I'm not a genetic engineer, so I guess that makes sense, but I don't know.
Thank you for the ice cream.
Yeah, Sammy O sent us an ice cream. Thank you very much. All right. Well, NIH bad, Fauci bad, vaccines good, masks bad. I think that's the summary of the story.
Well, on some related news to all this, that Florida governor, Ron DeSantis, is going to pardon any Florida man or woman that was arrested for a mask violation, which is like great news, because the fact that people were being arrested for that is completely insane. He definitely should have done it. But he should also have done it 12 months ago. And no one should have been arrested in the first place. But hey, you know what? Thanks for doing the right thing now. We just wished you could do better in the past.
Yes.
Maybe moving forward.
So our next story is going to be an extremely quick story. It's a story that has no complexities and no controversy. And it's very obvious and self-evident. And there is nothing confusing about it whatsoever.
So we're going to talk about Israel. So here's a brief history of the Palestine-Israel conflict. Don't worry, not complex at all.
Biden's yelling Jews again.
Oh, thank you, Biden. You're not helping.
Nazi fags.
We'll talk about those later. So
How dare
in East
you?
Jerusalem, there's a neighborhood that I can't pronounce, and there's tensions that are high over a long-running legal case where it's going to leave 4 to 6 Palestinian families. What?
I'll be right back.
Okay. Don't worry. I got a lot to talk about. 4 to 6 Palestinian families are facing eviction from their homes in a neighborhood of Jerusalem. And the people who are going to move in are Jewish settlers who those Jewish families were kicked off of their lands, out of their homes, and by the conflict I'm going to address. And they now are trying to, and they've been in a long-standing court case, to get their homes and their land back. But it's going to require the people who moved into their homes illegally to get the fuck out. And so that eviction of squatters on their land is what is the most recent cause for a flare-up in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which has never ended. But what's important to understand is this little conflict hasn't happened in a vacuum. The Mandatory Palestine area was a term created by the British who owned the land back before it was Israel and Palestine back in 1917. The Jews in the region petitioned for independence from the British Empire like many other territories did post-World War II, and the persecution of the Jews and was after post-World War II and after the persecution of the Jews by the Germans, there was a strong push for Jewish nationalism so they could get their own country. There was Jews leaving Europe and having a place to go to. There was Jews in Mandatory Palestine who wanted to have their own country for their joint protection and their own representation as a people without a nation, living among people who also wasn't a nation of Palestine. It was just tribes. The United Nations approved a plan to partition Palestine into a Jewish and Arab state that both would share the city of Jerusalem. So there'd be equal. Both groups get to have their own representation. This happened in 1947, but the Arabs rejected it. I don't mean Arabs in Palestine. I mean Arabs in the entire world. They wanted to have control of Jerusalem, but also they really don't want the Jews to have a country because they are their long-standing ideological enemies. It's their enemy built into the Quran that they were to destroy Israel as a nation and for all time. So Israel coming back after their previous wars would show that they had never achieved their goal of destroying Israel and its people. So in May of 1948, Israel was officially declared an independent state in response to this Declaration of Independence. 5 Arab nations, Egypt, Jordan, Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon, immediately invaded the region. Israel won the war. After the Arab-Israeli war in 1948, both Palestinians and Jews were evicted from their family homes as they were parsing up where are the borders of Israel and Palestine. The United Nations post-war created a partition plan for Palestine to create peace by dividing up the city, irregardless of ownership of the land of the individuals. The UN plan created the nation of Palestine, what was previously just Arab tribes. There wasn't a nation of Palestine before the partition plan. It was only referred to as Mandatory Palestine by the British. It wasn't actually a nation. It was all tribes. So the UN also created the Palestinian Authority, which is now known also as Hamas, because Hamas also has their political arm, which is the Palestinian Authority, which was put in power by the UN, not by a vote at the time. So the core reason for the Arab-Israeli war was that the Arab nations and Hamas did not want the Jews, their ideological enemies, to have a country, ever, to have sovereignty or security. They are much weaker, easier to oppress when they were tribes. The opponents to the Jewish state do not call for peace. They do not call for safety or equality. What they're doing is they want an Arab state with they do not want an Arab state with equal access to the holy capital of Jerusalem. That's not what they want. Hamas, Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad, and Iran, and many other groups, they all just want the complete destruction of Israel and the death of Jews. That is their in Hamas's charter what their goal is. So in all these debates about peace deals, they never are going to agree to anything unless it's a step towards destroying Israel, asking for more land, and then never actually achieving peace, and is incrementally trying to tear down the country. So now you understand the disingenuous and goals of Hamas and the Palestinians, where they don't want peace, they just want to destroy Israel, and that's just the long-term goal. There is no negotiating with terrorists who want to destroy you. Now you understand that the cause for the evictions of those Muslims is because they were squatters who stole land back in 1948 from Jewish families with the help of the UN, who just legislated away their land that they had owned and lived on. And now in Israel, the current law says that if you had your land removed from you and you have evidence that you had ownership of that land, you can petition the government through a lawsuit and get your land back. That's what these Jewish families did, and that is worked all the way to their form of their Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court was about to hear their case for them owning the land on that that is being held by these 4 to 6 Palestinian families, and that's what caused Hamas and the Palestinians to start lobbing rockets into Israel, attacking them, killing their civilians, destroying their infrastructure, because of these people wanting to get the land that they own, they have the deeds to, from, what was it, the 60 years ago? That's what caused this new flare-up in conflict. Whew.
Well, that's what's being cited as the new cause. So the uncited cause is that there was, as Dara was alluding to earlier, the current Hamas was initially put in by the UN without an election. Then 16 years ago, they had an election, and the civilian population said, "You know what? We really love this terrorist organization." And so they voted back in Hamas to represent them. And they haven't had any elections for the last 16 years, and they were supposed to have an election coming up this summer. And this has happened before, where they were supposed to have elections, and then all of a sudden tensions flared up, and then they just didn't have elections. And so it seems to a lot of people that that's probably the cause of the current tensions, is this election, and trying to make sure that the current Hamas leaders not wanting there to be an election.
They have lots of excuses for why they want to kill Jews, but really in the end, they just don't want to kill Jews.
Yes. So the current excuse by the media is that this is some kind of housing conflict, and then their excuse is, well, they don't really have an excuse. It's really just they want to kill Jews. So you know who else wanted to kill Jews?
Nazi fags.
Biden. There are other things in the world that are bad than just the Nazis.
Speaking of Biden, he has something to say. You want me to play this?
Yeah, just a quick response before we play that video. So in response to now 1,800 rockets being fired by Hamas into Israel, Israel has responded by doing a very aggressive aerial campaign to blow up storehouses of rockets, destroy rocket launchers, to kill enemy fighters. They're using artillery to attack targets as well. And they said that they are not going to stop until they have cut the grass. They have destroyed the Hamas's ability to fight at all. They already assassinated 16 Hamas leaders, and they said that even though, like, after the 16 Hamas leaders were killed, they like, whoa, let's talk peace. And Israel's like, no, you started this, we're gonna finish it.
And they need to fucking finish it. I'm exhausted from this conflict, and I'm only in my 20s. And there's a lot of people, this has been going on for generations. I can't imagine how exhausting it is. It'd be great.
3 times your lifetime.
Yes, it would be great for them to just fucking finish it. Let's move the ball. Let's put it in the goal. Let's stop with this half measures stuff.
Which has been due to America in large part. We are to blame for constantly going to negotiate peace, and our response has always been, Israel makes concessions, and then we'll just believe that Hamas, whose charter includes their goal being the destruction of Israel in its entirety, we're just going to believe they're going to stop attacking if we just give them a little bit more land.
You want to be a terrorist leader, we'll kill you. If there's the next guy in line who wants to take the job, we'll kill him too. And the guy after that. If you guys want to just keep forming a line for that, that's fine. And by we, I mean Israel. But what has been happening is that Israel will stop. Either at our instruction or the UN's instruction, or just at their own, I guess, inability to finish the job. We do that a lot with our adversaries like Iran, where we just don't finish the job, in Afghanistan and Iraq and all those places. Yeah. So another thing, too, is as kind of alongside that, and kind of what I was saying, too, is one of the things Dyer and I want to convey is that it is perfectly compatible positions to support Israel's right to defend itself and to even be happy about it when they do. That is compatible with us saying it is enough foreign aid to Israel. We've given them plenty of money. We've given them plenty of support and aid and stuff like that. We want to maintain military relationships with them in the region. Perfectly fine. But we send them an ungodly amount of money, and they also have an ungodly amount of, well, I guess in their opinion, probably a very godly amount of welfare. And it is... I don't like the idea that we are giving quote-unquote aid to a country that has plenty of money. They're just spending it on stupid stuff. We spend our money on stupid stuff too. We just print more of it. But if Israel's got to prioritize. Everybody's got to prioritize. And if Israel doesn't think that buying more Iron Dome stuff is a priority, well, then they're going to have some of those missiles get through and blow down their buildings. At least those people were well cared for with free healthcare and free education along the way. But that's something that they have to prioritize. So it is perfectly compatible for us to say we've given them plenty of foreign aid. I really don't see why we need to be giving them more. That is compatible with they have the right to defend themselves. I encourage them to defend themselves, and I kind of like seeing them defend themselves.
So we've had the same opinion about this. Like, we have more need in our own country for the money we have, and we don't have money to give. If we had more excess, then we could talk about helping other nations, and maybe we prioritize the benefit to ourselves based on who we're going to send aid to or benefit, in general. But we have categorically been against giving aid to nations who hate us and work against us. And now, even though Israel is an ally, I don't think it makes sense for us to give money we don't have to people who don't need it.
Yes. I think that's the perfect way to describe it. I mean, if they were to say, hey, you know what, U.S., we're allies. We are going to do a once and for all operation against Hamas, and we're gonna, it's gonna be a 48-hour operation. We got a laundry list of 300 operatives we're gonna kill, and we're gonna level all of this territory. We'd really like your help for a military operation. Now, whether or not we would do that probably depends on who's in office. But I would support that if it was, hey, we're gonna do this one and done with our ally. And we're gonna finish the job, no half measures, and then it's over. I'd support that. But this, we're just gonna bleed everybody dry for decades is not an acceptable. That's not acceptable foreign policy. It's just not workable.
I know that they can destroy Hamas, and that they just have not been allowed to, or have been not willing to go up against the international community. So I don't think that I would be for us giving military, like troops on the ground aid, or even us dropping bombs ourselves, because it would be necessary, not because I don't support the goal. But I am totally fine with them buying weapons as they need at fair market value from us. Just saying.
Yeah, Triumvirate is saying the more forever wars. Yeah, and that's all we ever do. We ourselves have forever wars. We encourage our allies to have forever wars. Everybody likes the forever wars. And I just want to finish the job. I mean, I think that this 90-year problem could be solved by Monday morning.
Yeah.
If
all you gotta do.
Yeah, the technology exists. The will doesn't. And because the will doesn't, we are looking down the barrel of just being bled dry on foreign aid and foreign entanglements for another 90 years. I mean, there is nothing that prevents this from dragging on for another 90 years.
Here's what you got to do. Israel puts up signs that are a certain distance from their border, and it says, if you approach the border, you'll be shot. And then every time someone approaches past that sign, they're sniped. And every time someone in Palestine comes out, goes to a podium and says, death to Israel, the moment he says that, a drone releases a bomb that will then kill him. And eventually, you'll run out of people who are calling for death to Israel. And you'll run out of people willing to rush the border and try to get across it to kill the Jews. Eventually, it will work itself out if you just start killing everyone who tries killing you or advocates for it. Then the war will be over. It won't take very long.
Yeah. I think that there is. I don't know. I don't know. It just does. It seems to me that if there is this much of a threat, which clearly there's a threat, but there just isn't any willpower to end the threat. It is just we'll keep the pot from boiling over, but I don't really want it to stop boiling. I don't have the effort to like take it off the burner and put it somewhere else where it's going to cool off forever. I don't really want to finish the job. Let's just keep it hot forever. Because there's really no switching cost. If the U.S. is just going to keep funding us, then there's really no incentive for Israel to end the job. I bet you if we said we're done with aid for Israel, I bet you Israel would finish the job while they still had the funds.
Yep.
Because
and if you
the only reason why Israel thinks they can play the long game because they know that we're going to support them for the long game with money. If all of a sudden their future prospects in receiving money dried up, they'd say, "Hey, it is now or never that we finish the job on this," and they would finish it.
It's important to recognize that my aggressive approach is not because someone attacked Israel once. There's been 60 years. This is a 60-year continuation of an offensive from Arab nations for which Palestine is a part of, where they tried to obliterate the Jews for wanting to have their own country. And this is just the elongation of that conflict because the West got involved and didn't let the conflict finish.
Yep.
There wasn't a loser. They didn't surrender. They felt that there was a cessation of conflict, but the war was never won. And that's why they keep fighting it.
And I know I've been talking about it the whole time, but I feel the need to say it again because typically the conversation about Israel is very one side or the other. But I think that it's very obvious from our conversation tonight. You can simultaneously hold a position, like Dyer said. They absolutely have the right to defend themselves, and we kind of like when they do. And also, they don't need any more of our money. Those are perfectly compatible positions.
Exactly. They can take care of themselves. They are a sovereign nation that needs to do sovereign nation things like defend their borders.
Yep.
Say. So Biden agrees.
Let's listen.
I had a brief conversation with him yesterday, and I have my intelligence community, the Defense Department,
this
as
is hard to watch.
It's
the
painful.
State Department have been in contact with all of their counterparts in not only in Israel but in the region. And one of the things that I have seen thus far is that there has not been a significant overreaction. The question is how we get to a point where they get to a point where there is a significant reduction in the attacks.
Okay, that's enough. He's dead already.
Attacks,
just stop it.
That are indiscriminately fired into population centers.
Oh no, we're watching this.
But I expect I'll be having some more discussions. And we haven't just spoken with the Israelis, with the Egyptians, the Saudi, and others. So it's a work in progress right now.
Okay.
Joe Biden's foreign policy, everybody.
There's two things you can get from this. Yeah, there's two things you can glean from that clip. First off, that was extremely painful, and our president looks extremely weak and ineffectual.
That's your boss, Dyer. How do you feel about that?
It is really disconcerting that he is not there. He's not able to deal with these kind of problems. And the second thing you glean is that he is at least right. I mean, I guess the clock's right twice a day. In saying that Israel is allowed to defend itself. I'm glad he believes that. However, watching
that could have easily been a misspoken word, right? Like based off the rest of the
opinion of the administration, but opinion of Biden himself, not the administration, right?
Yes, that's correct. So as we remember from last week, the opinion of the president is not necessarily the same opinion as the White House. They have they're unique individuals and do not have the same opinion.
He's not really in charge. But that's super, super painful to watch.
I want to replay this one little segment here because it
counterparts in not only in Israel but in the region.
I see.
And one of the things that I have seen thus far is that there has not been a significant overreaction. The question is how we get to a point where they get to a point where there is a significant reduction in the attacks, particularly the rocket attacks.
How we get to a point where they get to a point where there is.
So it shows that he doesn't want, his goal isn't to have the conflict end. He just wants it reduced.
Exactly. That's a good catch there too. That's probably a Freudian slip on his part. Yeah, even American policy is just, I don't think that's a mystery to anybody or a surprise to anyone that American policy is not about ending conflict. It's just, let's reduce it so it's more manageable. We need to have
another Colosseum just in another country.
We need to have a predictable rate of attacks so that Lockheed can, adjust their quarterly earnings reports appropriately. We don't want to have these wild swings in demand. You're taking taxpayer money out of the hungry mouths of Lockheed and Raytheon executives.
So we also have a clip from Trevor Noah, and he brings up an issue, and we're playing this from 5:26 to 6:20.
I already found it.
Cool. So he is going to give an opinion that is held by and reflected by a lot of the more wealthy elitist Democrats, and I think it's pretty interesting. Let's listen to it.
I'm saying for you, just personally, I cannot watch that footage and hear those numbers and see a fair fight. Like, set aside motives and intentions and just look at technology alone. Israel has one of the most powerful militaries in the world. They can crush Gaza like that. Not to mention one of the most advanced defense systems in the world. You shoot a rocket at them, it's probably not going to do anything to them because of their defense system.
Probably.
Right? They've got a giant Mutombo in the sky just knocking them down. And I know that this is contentious. And I know that people are going to hate me for this. But I just want to ask an honest question here. If you are in a fight where the other person cannot beat you, how hard should you retaliate when they try to hurt you?
Okay, so nations are not two people where if someone is unable to kill that person and it's maybe a kid hitting an adult, they're not going to really do any substantial damage to you. You can just walk away.
And they've definitely killed
Israelis
this week.
This is two nations where people of their nation are being killed. And it is insane to say that the country whose people are being killed by indiscriminate rockets, we're up to 2,200 rockets fired now, that they should not respond to that they shouldn't take action to stop these. They're saying that, because Israel is more effective, that they're not allowed to defend themselves. Just because their rockets hit when they fire them every single time, it doesn't make it so that they shouldn't have the right to defend themselves. It is very real lives being lost, people being killed, that if the nation does not provide defense for the people, then they do not deserve to be a nation.
So I think it's really similar. Maybe I was a little bit wrong about saying Democrats don't follow their principles, because I think it's really similar to the Michaela Bryant thing with the knife stabbing. Is it was just a knife and the police officer used a gun. That was too much power. The power imbalance. He shouldn't have used that much power imbalance.
Should Israel fire rockets that are unguided and indiscriminate?
I mean, maybe. But you see this from the left, and this is really this has its roots in Marxism. Is this attempt to demonize having a superior footing? Sometimes a superior power is using that for evil. Sometimes they're not. It's not. What Marxism tries to posit is that a superior positioning is always evil, unless it's them. And so you see this kind of thought process, and it really goes into kind of critical theory, which is itself a Marxist invention, where, well, you know, and Trevor knows that he's wrong. He knows that what he's saying doesn't make any intuitive sense. It's not rational, because he's like, well, I'm going to get a lot of hate for this because what I'm saying stupid. But it goes into critical theory. It's like, well, Israel's in the right, and they're more powerful, and they are able to defend themselves, probably. And so critical theory posits that, well, anything that currently exists, like any current societal structure or power structure, it must be inherently wrong because it's a power structure. So even though Trevor can't really figure out why it's wrong for Israel to do it, it's just because Israel is so powerful. That in itself is the reason why, under critical theory, that is itself the reason why Israel doesn't have the right to defend itself. Because it has the capability, it doesn't have the right. But if it didn't have the capability to defend itself, then it would have the right to defend itself. This is the incoherence of critical theory that comes from Marxism. And the left has their current flavor of the week is critical race theory, which is critical theory applied to racial issues. But that is just an outgrowth of the core tenet, which is critical theory, that any existing power structure is wrong by the nature of it existing, not for any particular reason, just because it exists. And so you see that play out a lot in leftist thought. And it's funny. It is funny watching Trevor Noah do that and say and self-realize he knows that he has to go along with this narrative, and he probably isn't even consciously aware of what he's doing. But he knows he has this idea in his head that he has to oppose power structures. But he's trying to rationalize it for you live on air, and he can't do it. But he still says it.
So on another point, Fox asked me earlier, what is the strategic value of blowing up buildings that the Israeli Air Force is calling ahead and giving the people inside those buildings time to get out? That's a common thing. Just it's overly nice of Israel to make sure that the civilians in those buildings that are being used to hide Hamas weapons and fighters and equipment, they give them a chance to leave to avoid as much loss of life as possible. You might even say that is, rather humanitarian of them.
Counterintuitive,
right?
For war.
Yeah, very counterintuitive. So they're trying to make sure they only destroy military assets and not kill civilians. They go through a lot of effort, giving the people 15 to 30 minutes to evacuate before the airstrike happens. And they often will even give it warning shots where they have a low yield explosive dropped.
They call them knock bombs.
Yes, to let people know that a bigger bomb is coming. So that's a pretty good question. What is the strategic value of that? Well, what they're destroying is stockpiles of missiles and rockets that could be used against them. They're destroying the guns, the anti-aircraft rocket launchers. They're destroying the tunnels. So underneath Palestine, there is a huge network of very large tunnels that you can move equipment and personnel through and hide equipment and personnel in. And the access to those tunnels are below a lot of buildings. So destroying these buildings can disrupt their ability to move resources around, destroy the weapons being used to attack Israel with, and also kill their fighters and leaders who are hiding in said tunnels. So even though the people are leaving, they're destroying what they're trying to destroy. Now, one question was, well, if you give them time to get out, wouldn't that give them the ability to take out these rockets? Well, these rockets and their launchers aren't small, usually. One type of Qassam missile is, but most of the missiles are very heavy, very big, and if they are watching with drones, and if they start taking out those weapons and materials, they'll just bomb right away. So, yes, they give them time, but they won't just sit there and watch them take out the weapons. They'll just bomb them out in the open. So that is the strategic value of bombing just buildings and not and giving people the ability to get out first.
Sounds great.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sure.
No, it just didn't make sense to me for when I first heard about it, because I was like, well, it just gives them the opportunity to take everything out, and so I thought a lot of people probably have.
If you ask the question, I'm sure lots of people ask the question.
Yeah. So, but Dyer being a military strategist, I thought maybe he might know. So, a kind of funny story out of this was Israel tricked a bunch of people. So Israel commanders this week tweeted, because that's how we conduct war these days, is tweeting, tweeted that there was going to be an attack on the Gaza Strip underway at the same time that a bombardment from jets, tanks, and gunboats erupted. So Hamas fighters, who are also on Twitter, man, it's a weird era, scurried to grab hidden weapons to prepare for the expected surge of Israeli ground troops coming to get them. But the tweet was fake news, and a devastating bunker buster airstrike rained down on 150 targets. So basically the tweet that there was going to be a ground invasion tricked all of the Hamas guys to go into their tunnels to grab their guns, and they were going to come back out of the tunnels to fight the ground troops, but there was never going to be ground troops at all. And Israel knew that they would go into their bunkers and go into their tunnels, and so they got them all concentrated into a couple of places, and so Israel started dropping bombs on them, and it is believed that scores of people of Hamas died in the tunnels, dubbed the Hamas Metro. They were smashed by 450 missiles in 40 minutes. More than 160 aircraft led the assault, and top brass announced a, quote, complex operation had been successful. That's amazing that a complex operation started with a tweet.
PsyOps.
I wonder if Jack's gonna pull them off of Twitter or something after that. That'd be interesting.
I mean, yeah, they were using their platform to kill people.
I mean, you're literally using, like, Twitter actually was, like, unironically a strategic war asset in that moment.
Maybe a WMD. Wow, I never really thought about that. That's funny.
Yeah.
So another story that was going around was the accusation by Western
Israel
media.
Well.
Yes. Western media outlets parroted outrage propaganda from Palestinian sources that accuse Israel of destroying a building housing, quote, international media, which would make you think of, like, oh, maybe they got a CNN office, or maybe they got, the BBC, right? And that they were killing journalists. Oh my God, Israel killing journalists. Indiscriminate bombing. Like, gasp is right. So what Israel did was they said they had bombed a Hamas military intelligence asset building that was being shielded by some media outlets in Palestine. So what media outlets were actually there, right? That's what matters. So the media outlet that owned the building was Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera. Sorry.
Oh.
I'm pronouncing it wrong. And I can't pronounce the other one.
Al Shurak.
Al Shurak. Thank you. It included in that building that was owned by two Palestinian anti-Israel news companies was a London-based Qatari broadcaster, Al Abari TV, the news website and newspaper, the Philistine, or Palestine, and Katabe Hezbollah affiliated Iraqi broadcaster Al Attiyah. They do they probably do a lot of the propaganda production work.
I think you just do what Mark Levin does and just say yabba dabba do for each of these.
And another, what looks like 6 other media outlets that are all Palestinian propaganda companies. They are not Western news agencies. But whether they were or not, they weren't. But these are all Palestinian companies. They are working doing the propaganda work for Hamas, and whether or not they were real journalists or not, which they aren't, they were housing Hamas fighters. There's a picture on the slides. Can you pull that up real quick? That kind of shows this.
Is it this one?
It's the one with the journalist talking.
I don't have one of those on the slides.
13.
13? There is no slide 13. Oh,
I see it.
You added one. It doesn't show. I have to get out of the slide presentation. You added it after I started the presentation.
Oh.
Is it this meme?
Yeah. Yes.
That's okay.
This is it's a museum meme. So, I highly doubt if these journalists, quote unquote, wouldn't realize they have Hamas fighters and Hamas war equipment inside their building. So they are just as guilty because they know that they are housing those Hamas fighters. Same way when a quote unquote school has a rocket launcher in their front yard that's being used to fire rockets at Israel, that is no longer a school. It's now a military asset, right?
Yeah.
It's no longer a hospital when it's being used to fire rockets from the roof at Israel.
Now, Israel needs to adopt what the U.S. Army has adopted, which is a strategy of an age-neutral battlefield. Israel gets all hung up on the age of the combatants. If they would just adopt the strategy of the U.S. Army, which is that age on the battlefield, not a thing they're concerned about, which, as you guys know, is from the announcement that the Army is going to have a gender and age-neutral battlefield is what they want to see. A lot of people got hung up on the gender-neutral thing. I got hung up on the age-neutral battlefield.
So far, we're having to change the PT requirements for the fetuses because they're having a lot of trouble passing the PT test as is.
Is it the what about the aborted ones?
They're actually running quite a bit slower.
But yeah, if Israel would just stop getting so hung up on age, they'd have a lot less problems. Let's see here. So, this story struck me again, similar to how we have had a lot recently of the media has made themselves an integral part of the story. They are themselves a part of the action. So we see this a lot in U.S. Media outlets where they make themselves a part of the story. You have them pretending that they have some Western affiliation with these propagandist outlets, which, American propaganda outlets and, Hamas propaganda outlets, it's kind of hard to tell the difference sometimes. But they've created this situation where they're so in the thick of it, they're actually providing cover for the bad guys. It's not just that they're there documenting what's going on and doing their journalism thing. Like, they're taking an active role in the conflict. The example here that really comes to mind is all of the citizen journalists and all the ground reporters that were covering the riots all year. A lot of them were feigning the victim that, I got wrapped up in some kind of police action during the riot and I was just there as a journalist. And, I got, harassed by the police or something because they thought I was one of the rioters. And, that's unfortunate, but they try to make themselves the story when really, if they want to go cover a dangerous situation like that, that's certainly their prerogative. And I enjoy seeing that coverage. I think it's a good, valuable service, but they aren't a special class of universally protected people. You can't get mad at the good guys for coming after the bad guys with you in the middle when you put yourself in the middle there. The one that most comes to mind now is Richie McGinnis of the Daily Caller, and Kyle Rittenhouse. When Kyle Rittenhouse fired the first shot, he was being chased down by serial pedophile Rosenbaum, and running alongside Rosenbaum was Richie McGinnis. Richie McGinnis was claiming to be there in this capacity as a journalist, but at the time that he was running alongside, and there's video of this, Richie McGinnis running next to Rosenbaum chasing a 17-year-old kid. Richie McGinnis did not have a camera on him. He didn't have a voice recorder on him. He didn't even have a steno and a pencil. Yet he is listed as under the 6 charges that Kyle Rittenhouse got. One of the charges is Richie McGinnis, that when Kyle fired at Rosenbaum, well, Richie McGinnis was there too, and he could have hit Richie. My goodness, the horror. So you've got the situation where the media has pretended there's a special class, and that if they want to cover conflict, well, the conflict, the good guys, they can't possibly be, the good guys need to die rather than defend themselves if the media is in the way. And so you get this thing over here in the West, and you're getting a similar thing over here in the Middle East, where they're saying, well, yes, of course we're journalists. I know that we're purposefully sitting here as journalists so that the bad guys are behind us and we're kind of blending in. It's kind of hard to tell the difference. But Israel, you really just need to let the rockets hit your city because we're journalists. We're a special class of universally protected people, and you can't fire on us no matter what. Kyle Rittenhouse, you really need to let this pedophile just do whatever he wants to do to you because I'm a journalist. You can't shoot a gun in my general direction. How dare you? I'm Richie McGinnis. I'm a protected class. And I've really had enough of this modern iteration of what conflict journalism is. Eras past, you didn't have that.
So him running up alongside that pedophile did 2 things. It ramped up the danger level for Rittenhouse. He now sees 2 people running at him and doesn't know the motives. So he does know he just was shot at, and the other guy just threw something at him. And for all he knows, he has 2 attackers come up on him. The attacker, the pedophile, also now sees someone running up beside him, and with the whole mob mentality, feels like he's more secure, that he has support, he's not by himself in attacking this person.
Yep. Over here in quote unquote not Palestine, you've got the media sitting there literally giving cover physically for the terrorists, and then also creating propaganda for them. And then they're wondering why. Well, I didn't think that Israel would actually defend itself when I'm standing here because I'm supposed to be a human shield. I'm supposed to be the media shield for Hamas. And how dare they attack Hamas when the media is standing in front of them? So you have all this, it's just this kind of manufactured outrage where you've got people deliberately putting themselves in harm's way, trying to stop, trying to protect, or trying to whatever. But then they get upset. They get all upset when the good guys attack the bad guys because they overcommitted and put themselves between those 2 actors.
Yeah. All right. So that's that for the chapter. Next section.
Oh my God.
So Palestinian Health Ministry in Gaza, however, has accused the IDF of directly targeting crowds in civilian areas. And they also said that the IDF are failing to take precautionary measures to spare civilian lives. Oh, cry me a fucking river. You are putting, how crazy is it imagine Germany attacks France, takes over France, and then, that's a bad example, actually. Okay, let's say what reality is.
I got a great example. So let's imagine that you took over a couple square blocks of, let's say, I don't know, Minneapolis or Atlanta or Portland, and you forced out all of the police and you kind of used your mob gang to control the region. And then when something bad happened in your area after you kicked out all the police and EMS, you then got upset that the EMS didn't come into your region to help you out.
So they're using civilians, populated areas on purpose to place their rocket launchers. They're putting the civilians' lives in danger by doing that. And then the civilians often are allowing this to happen. So I'm not saying they're blameless in this.
Similar to the autonomous zones. Yep.
Right. So they are intentionally risking the lives of civilians because they know if Israel responds in a reasonable way to destroy that missile platform, they will have to put civilians at risk. And they're saying, okay, here's the cost for you defending your life. We get a propaganda win. how dare they then say, oh, you're not doing enough to protect civilian lives when they are the ones putting the civilians' lives in danger? And more so when you know that Israel is calling ahead and letting people know of the attacks and dropping warning bombs, the knock-knock bombs, to give people the ability to get out. They are doing more than they need to save civilian lives.
And they know, make no mistake, so you see Hamas kind of playing into, and you see this a lot in the Middle East, will play into kind of this victim mentality. They know what the leftists in the West have been doing. They understand that. They actually have, I don't remember what their word is for it. I know, was it Baizu is the Chinese word for it, but there is this concept among our enemies. They've learned over the last few years what it is that the left is doing in this ideology of victimhood, and they very, very purposefully play into that as hard as possible. And so anything that they can do to look like the victims, even if they're the attackers, which is amazing, while they're launching rockets into Israel, they are somehow the victim. And so you'll see Western media will pick up on this. The extra dumb squad will pick up on this, and they'll say, well, these are a bunch of victims, and you got to play into the victims. Always the victim's always right. And so they know what this leftist ideology is, and they try to use that as cover. That is a stated goal. It's a stated understanding that they can use Western leftist thought to provide cover for their actions, and it creates this kind of second layer of propaganda for them. So that's very much on purpose, that they are trying to make sure that their civilian population is quote unquote victimized, or even has the appearance of victimization.
Yep. Okay, so we also have a story from CNN Live saying Israel launched more airstrikes on Gaza overnight, with Hamas retaliating with rockets on Saturday. So CNN really ran the story saying that Israel fired missiles and that it was Hamas who was retaliating with rockets, when we all know the reality was Hamas started lobbing thousands of rockets now, and Israel responded by new missile strikes on those launch sites.
Yeah, so if you're like pausing the clip just right, it might look like, oh, Israel launched first, but if you roll the tape back another 30 seconds, well, Hamas launched first.
Right. If you go all the way back to the beginning of Israel being formed, it was the Arab nations attacking them because they said, hey, we're a country now.
Yep.
So this is up for you. This is for you.
This part?
No, you're up here. Yep.
Where are we?
Your thoughts and supporting them.
We already talked about that.
Cool. Okay. So the Palestinian civilians elected Hamas to represent them, and I think we should believe them. Yep. So that I believe that's what the Palestinians want. They elected Hamas, so that they are responsible for Hamas's actions as well.
When people tell you who they are, believe them.
Yep. I want to point out also that on the 7th of April this year, the Biden admin restored $235 million in aid and to Hamas, to Palestine. They call it to Palestine, but if you give it to Palestine, the Palestinian Authority, you're also giving it to Hamas. You can't control how it's spent. 1 month after the U.S. government funds Palestine with $235 million, they fire 2,200 rockets and counting. And the rockets they're firing are the Qassam rocket, the most common rocket used by Hamas, supplied by Iran, which costs between $20,000 to $100,000 per rocket based on one of the three models. They're mostly firing the mid to larger range rockets. At the highest price of $100,000 equivalent. That means that the money we gave them would purchase about 2,350 rockets worth of aid.
They shot 2,000.
200.
It's almost like there's a correlation between the aid money. You're not suggesting, Dyer, that Biden gave them aid money and they turned around and immediately used that to buy weapons to attack Israel with. We're not.
All I'm saying is that an equivalent amount of money compared to the aid we gave, was used to buy rockets that 1 month later were fired into Israel. So maybe giving money to a terrorist group is a bad idea. I thought we were opposed in the United States to funding terrorist groups, but hey, maybe I'm wrong.
So I think that maybe the undersold reasoning or justification for small spending, small government over the last few decades was that when there's so much government spending, there's so much money flowing through the government, it often ends up in places that everyone would universally agree it doesn't belong. Like, oh, I don't know, genetically engineering superbugs and giving them off to our enemies, or giving a bunch of money directly to our enemies and allowing them to buy rockets to attack our allies, or gender studies classes. I don't know. When you have a smaller government with smaller spending, there's less places to hide that kind of money. And it seems to me either, you don't attribute to malice that which can be explained by negligence, but it is some extraordinary negligence that our government has. Doesn't matter who's running it. I mean, obviously right now Biden's running it and has made some of these decisions, and the previous the NIH decisions were made under Obama. But regardless, it is extraordinary negligence that we have so much taxpayer money going into terrorism or bioweapons for our adversaries, or you can go down the list on any number of things. But I'd say that these are pretty bad things, and it would appear to me that my tax dollars funded a little bit of it, which is I don't know, not real good, not a real great thing.
Yeah.
But I think that maybe if that had been the angle over the last 50 years that conservatives had taken for explaining why a smaller government is better, that maybe that would have been maybe a little bit more successful.
Yep, possibly. Now, as far as Israel is concerned, we pointed out that the problem was that the West kept getting involved and the UN kept getting involved and not allowing a completion, a result to the conflict, and elongate it by constantly making these peace deals that just don't actually resolve the fact that we have an adversary who wants the total destruction of Israel, just allow it to continue existing, controlling territory. Mm-hmm. On their border. Yeah. Okay. Well, the UN Security Council is having a meeting on this violence, and they plan on to do it on Sunday morning, this tomorrow, or actually it's today for you and me. So they're going to try to create another diplomatic resolution to this conflict, which will be an actual not resolution as per the usual, right? So hopefully that doesn't happen. Israel has sounded like they're like, no, we're not going to stop until we finished. So hopefully they stick to their guns and don't cave to international pressure. And hopefully the United States does not add to that pressure.
We have a new UN representative, and she is, among other things, extraordinarily anti-Semitic, as is the hallmark of all Democrats currently.
Oh, damn it. Who could have seen this coming?
Jews unique.
So I'm sure that Israel's going to have a great time.
Yep. On a related topic, Iran.
Do we have to?
It's on the notes. I mean, we live our life by the notes.
No, we don't. All right. So Iran's Navy has continued, kind of restarted. That they were on pause for a little while because Trump kind of scared the absolute shit out of them. Trump scared them so bad they blew up a Ukrainian passenger plane. Why did they think that was going to work? I don't know, but Trump really scared the shit out of them last year, which was kind of great, kind of scary, but it happened. So Iran kind of did pause. Also, like, most of their government died from COVID, which was also kind of funny. COVID gets the Medal of Honor. But Iran has stabilized a little bit, and they have started harassing our Navy ships again, trying to sink our battleships. Not very successful. The most recent time that they did this was in late April, when they came within 68 yards. That's pretty close. What's that in furlongs? Isn't that what ships use? They are prompting an American ship to fire warning shots. What is the radius in which you no longer fire warning shots? Like, is it like a yard? Like, what if 68 yards is like you're within a football field? Like, I would imagine that our weapons are barely there. That's probably like inside their effective range, isn't it?
So I don't know, but I do know that this is a greater length than they have previously allowed these ships to get close to. Like, they've had 30 yards. They had a ship get within 30 yards, and they didn't fire warning shots. They only used the horn. So I'm glad that they are now finally firing warning shots further out than 30 meters, which, by the way, your boat is basically dead if they detonate an explosion.
Why aren't they? Okay. So here's where you get this like incoherent military strategy. So, I can understand. I don't agree with, but I can understand somebody who might say, "Well, we don't want to go to war with them, so we're not going to fire shots at them." Okay, I'll accept that premise for a second. There is other solutions to that, though, that would deny them the ability to get that close. Maybe actively deny them. Maybe a active denial system, that microwave gun that makes you feel like you're on fire if you get too close, or the LRAD thing that makes your ears bleed. If it is military policy that we are not to be using the big guns, why are they not installing some kind of alternative? And instead, the alternative is just like, well, we don't want to fire the big guns, so I guess we'll just let all the Navy guys die. Why, if we're going to have this policy, why wouldn't they give them weaponry that could, facilitate them not killing Iran, but also not putting themselves at risk?
Okay, so Iran knows that they're testing us. We know that they're testing us. They just want to know where that line is. We need to establish and keep the line. They should. So if they bring a boat within a certain distance and we've given them their auditory warning and their radio warning and they disobey it, sink the goddamn ship. And then every time a ship goes within that range that we've established, sink that ship. They will do it one time and they will stop fucking with the American Navy.
Yes.
And they're not going to go to war with that. No, they can't defeat us in a war. They will threaten up and down to destroy the West. They might organize send some funding to terrorist groups to try to target us, but they will not go to war with us because we set the line and enforced it.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I do think that we should start microwaving them, though. Like, that microwave gun is not utilized nearly enough. I think that we need to be microwaving more people. Like you're talking about the that line in the sand for the quote unquote Palestinians. That there's kind of a no man's zone outside of Israel will be great. And if they walk out there, they get shot. Alternatively, you could just have a big old fucking microwave gun there, and if they walk in there, they're not going to get shot, but they're probably going to wish that they were.
Okay, I can live with that.
Yeah, so I think that it is I don't know, it is awful what the rules of engagement are. And maybe that's something that Trump should have done too, is say, hey, why are the Navy guys not allowed to defend themselves? Like, there is solutions for this. I don't understand why it's got to be, well, we're just going to sacrifice this crew.
Well, they're firing warning shots now because Trump changed the policy.
That's not a good policy change.
It's better than it was before, though. I mean, right?
No, it's not.
30 meters and not firing any shots.
If I know that you're purposefully not going to hit me, then that doesn't change my fear calculation.
Oh no! Like, his policy was warning shots and then shoot them, then sink them. The warning shots did scare them off.
I think the warning shot is that you visually see a Navy ship and you know that you shouldn't fuck with it. I think that's the warning shot.
I would prefer that. Yes.
But
it is at least better than 30 meters and no warning shots, right? It is a step in the right direction.
I also, alternatively, I know I've said it before, but I think we should start microwaving them.
You know what? I think that's a good idea.
Yes, more.
I'd like
more
microwaved Iranis.
You know what the problem with the microwave guns is? They don't consume anything. Like they consume electricity, but they don't have any consumable parts, and so it's not something like a missile where you can keep buying it from Raytheon.
Sure, the emitters need replacement.
I'm sure they do. And I would even be fine, honestly, if they like purposefully engineered them to burn out, so like it was consumable. Just like something like I'm willing to concede some territory just because I know how embedded the military industrial complex is, but it can't be so embedded that we have decisions that do not have any strategic sense to them and also result in like highly lethal conditions unnecessarily for the soldiers. So I'd be willing to concede just to save a few sailors that will make the microwave guns that have burnoutable emitters.
Yeah, we definitely need to replace the quantum frequency emitters that they have on them.
Well, no, you don't want to use a quantum frequency emitter because then you're both microwaving them and not microwaving them at the same time, and it leads into this problem of you don't know which one's going to shoot at you. We should just put them on the blockchain.
Yeah, let's put on blockchain. That'll be like a lot safer.
The blockchain gun. They'll just start talking about things and not really understanding what it is that they're talking about. It'll be great.
Exactly.
Okay, where are we at on this? Do you want to finish this off for me?
Yeah. Okay. I'll finish
just like summarize all this.
Okay. So, just like giving money to the Hamas wasn't a good idea. Just so you guys know, Biden is currently working towards re-entering the nuclear deal with Iran, and in doing so would give Iran access to $90 billion. Now, keep in mind that Iran had before Trump and before COVID, $120 billion in national stockpile. And because of Trump's sanctions and COVID, they are down to $4 billion left, and they are in dire straits financially. Their country is on the edge of revolution and them losing power, which for us is a good thing.
Yeah, that 40 billion, like the I think the GDP of North Korea is like around 20 billion. So like they're like approaching North Korea levels, which is
4 billion. They have 4 billion.
Oh, well, it's still approaching.
They are on the edge of collapse, and Biden's about to give them
Wait. Who has 4 billion?
Iran.
Iran has $4 billion
in their national treasury.
Oh, I'm reading the part where it says 40 billion. Okay, so they're already under they're already under North Korea levels, which is like that's pretty bad.
Yeah. That's why there's riots in the street, people fighting over food. Like Iran right now is in pretty bad straits. And in the last 2 years, when they've had been cut off from their international bank accounts where they had national money stored, and cut off from their billions of gasoline revenue, their oil revenue. They have been unable to fund terrorism around the world. So there's been a reduction in violence in the Middle East related to those terrorist groups for the last 2 years. So if we re-enter the Iran nuclear deal, they'll get all that money back, and then they'll be able to use that money to fund terrorism. So if $235 million resulted in 2,200 rockets being fired at Israel, how much do you think that 90 billion will buy?
Probably a nuke.
I mean that too, but
yeah.
Yeah. So
well,
that's
elections have consequences.
Yeah. Are you tired of winning yet?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I think we were headed into this. Everybody agreed about this back in like October. 2021 was going to be really rocky with the economy because we did some really fucked up shit to the economy last year just to compensate for COVID. Some of it necessary, some of it not necessary. It was known that the economy this year was going to be rocky as fuck. But Trump had pulled us out of the fire once. We were pretty sure he could pull us out of the fire again. And then as for just worldwide peace, it was it was breaking out. Peace was breaking out. And in really 4 short months, we have, well, the economy, again, was going to be rocky, but we've definitely, some specific Biden policies can be traced to making it more rocky. And at the same time, very specific Biden policies have been traced to making the international scene less stable. So we had we had a very different future ahead of us if November had turned out a little bit differently. I hope that there is some consolation in that I'm in an area where I don't think I'm going to see a lot of unrest in my city. But I do hope more and more that the people in the cities that voted for this, I hope that they get what they paid for. I really do. Maybe they won't be around to vote for it next time. If they get what they voted for this time, they won't be able to vote for it next time.
It's only rational if they get all the things they wanted: no police, lots of violence, reduction in rights, just general terror and suffering, and joblessness and all that stuff. They get all the things that they thought were such a great idea, so much better than the Orange Man. One or two things are going to happen: either they will suffer so much that they have to vote otherwise, or they'll die and they won't be able to vote at all.
Yes. Triumvirate, the Marx coin, if you buy a Marx coin, it steals all of your other coins and distributes them to the rest of the network. That's what the Marx coin would do. It's not a very useful coin, but that's what it does.
It's not the Deutschmark because it's spelled with an X.
The Deutschmark. I am so tired of German words, so I had to, the last 2 weeks, I've been going through another phase of translating German because our ERP system is a German company, and so all of the back end is in German. And to translate it to English so that I can do something with it, I have to translate it myself. So I'm translating German code into English equivalent, and it's I hate myself.
Well, you're in good company. We also hate you.
Thank you. It means a lot.
Okay, but you know who I don't hate? The audience. Thank you for making this show great. We'll see you guys on the next show. Direwolf out.
All right. You don't want to go for another 14 minutes and hit the 4-hour
mark?
Fuck
off.
Are you sure? Are you sure, Dyer? Come on. Sure. If somebody drops a 20, we'll stay for another 14 minutes.
Okay. I would do it for a 20.
Okay.
But I still hate. I'll go drink a beer.
Let's see. We got.
I'll drink a beer and stay on the show. I was supposed to drink it earlier.
Oh yeah. All right. So
I'll go get it. It's a special kind of beer. It's a Wolf Pup IPA.
Yeah. Go take a picture of it and send it to me, and I'll pull it up on screen here.
Okay. We'll do. 1 second.
All right. We're gonna do it. We're gonna stay for another 13 minutes, guys. No, not good night. Good morning. Go get it. What's that? I bet you guys that Dyer gets nabbed by his wife when he goes out to get that beer in the kitchen, and I bet you he has a hard time getting back here. How are you guys all doing? How's Triumph? Who else in chat? I see that there's 4 people who have stuck it out to the end. There's only 1 person watching on YouTube, and I think that's probably me. This is a very, very long show. We should probably start doing the oh, look at him. He's so cute. Let me download this picture here.
I'm back.
Awesome. I am trying to download this picture here. Talk to the audience.
Hey, audience. This beer right here in front of me that you're going to see could be drinking for the low, low price of $20. 20 American dollars, not those Deutschmarks or Douche marks. We only used American currency here.
Alternatively, we will drink it for 2 Bitcoins.
To be honest with you, I'm probably going to drink it for any amount, but you give make yourself feel like you the one that maybe drink it by offering $20. So what you do actually receive is me staying on the air longer. So you actually hear me drink it rather than me just drinking it alone in a corner.
That's what everyone wants, is to hear you drink something.
Hey, you know what? It's not my fault that they are into it. It's their thing, not me.
Yeah, this is the part of the show where we turn into dire ASMR drinking.
It's a mukbang, or what do we call it?
Yeah, an ASMR mukbang. Oh, look at him. He's so cute. We could go look at other wolf pups on Twitter and do that.
There's a story behind that marble counter, by the way.
Marble counter? What? Oh, you have a... Oh, yes, your recent... Oh, look at the... Oh, my God. Look at this little fox. He's so cute.
I hired someone to fix
God.
my sink, and they broke my counter. So the company then had to fix my counter for me. The reason I could show him, like, he told me there was no damage. That was already like that. I'm like, you don't realize my wife's a YouTuber, and we have video of this kitchen.
Yeah, like, our house is extraordinarily well documented.
Yeah, so like I was able to go get a video of multiple angles of the place where he cracked it. It showed there wasn't a crack.
Aw, it's Wolf. He's so cute. He's sleeping. Oh, he's so sleepy. He's sleeping on a rock. See, the nice thing about being a wolf or a fuzzy creature is that, like, you just are comfortable, like, wherever you're sleeping at. Like, you're fluffy, so, like, you are the thing that's comfortable. Have you ever seen that the Cyanide Happiness where he, like, figures out that his ass is super comfortable?
No, I did not.
And this guy, he's like, man, this chair is really comfortable. And then he's like, oh wait, this other chair is really comfortable. And then he realizes that it's not the chairs that are comfortable, it's his ass that's comfortable.
You think he realized that before that point?
Nope.
Like before those two chairs, you think he'd figured it out. Look at that guy.
Aw, it's very fluffy. So cute. Oh, look at the foxes. You know what's better than a wolf? A fox. Aw. So, we have another 9 minutes to kill. That was a pretty good show. What do you think?
I mean, yeah, we did a good job. You did a lot of writing on it. I very much appreciate it. I did. I was actually at work today, so I did very little writing. The only story I wrote on was one that I actually have, I knew already a lot about.
This one's cute. It's little puppies. See, these are wolf puppies. Oh, they're so adorable.
Doesn't the one in the middle look a lot like Willow?
The one that's like playing with the puppies?
Yes.
Yes. They kind of look like mixes. I don't know. Aw. Was Willow a good mom?
She's definitely a great mom. In fact, she's still a great mom because she hangs out with the baby a lot.
Aw. Yes. Dyer's kids were raised by wolves.
Literally, yeah.
Yes.
Mostly because, the wolf wants to be around the kids at that age a lot. Just gives them an unnatural amount of attention. Well, it is natural. I'm saying the word wrong.
Dyer doesn't pay attention to him that much. Fox, great.
Wow, that's a stretchy mouth there. What the heck?
Yeah, foxes they can really unhinge their jaws and extra scream. Aw, look at them, bunch of soft boys. Is there any furry crap on here? It's probably because Dyer reposted it.
I do not post or view any furry crap. What are you talking about?
Well, the kangaroo. Heresy. Let's see here. This account had a bunch of other really cute fox videos today. I think this had a new fox kit. Oh yeah, this one's funny. He just this other one's just sleeping, and the one on top's just I have to walk on top of you, even though there's all this floor everywhere. You're where I want to be at.
Okay, so there's only 4 people viewing the video right now. It's you, me, and White Lion, and one other poor schmuck.
Oh, I guess we do count for the 2 people. I thought maybe 4 people were watching us, but now that you're telling me that, I realize that we're less important than I thought we were.
We never were important.
Well, I feel like I'm important.
It sounds like you guys want me to drink this beer by myself in the corner crying.
I mean, that's
a usual Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, it's just called every night. Oh, you wish, Triumvirate. Look at this adorable little fox. He's so cute. Aw. I want a fox. They're so adorable. Look at that. Look at him. He's perfect. So I bought a new house, and it is next to the bike trail, and it is next to the part of the bike trail where I've seen a bunch of foxes in years past. So maybe I will be able to make new friends that are not direwolves.
So I think we've decided that the 4th person is Timberwolf, and he's actually passed out, not even watching us.
That sounds correct. It's very loud. Look at him. He's so cute. This is going to be my house. There'll just be foxes running around. Adorable. All right, this one's too cute. Do you see this?
Yes, I can see it.
Aw. Look at him. He's so small. How's your beer?
I didn't open it because no one paid for it.
Oh God, you got this isn't like OnlyFans.
I was gonna drink it real sexy like.
I got a Soda Stream this week, and
okay, open the beer.
There you go. So now I can make my own sodas, and mostly what I've made is just geysers that got my counter all wet, but. Sometimes I get pop out of it, and it's good.
Sounds amazing. I hear this is made with real wolf pups.
Really? Well, it's not like the energy drink I had earlier, which was made with real deer, actually. So, I found this new energy drink called Bucked Up, and one of the ingredients is deer antler velvet. So it is made with real deer.
That's pretty bucked up.
Yeah.
Why though?
I don't know.
I don't think that the antler velvet actually is going to make you have more energy.
Well, I don't know what the antler velvet does. Let's research this question. What does antler velvet do?
It's just tiny hair on the
deer velvet covers the growing bone. Is used to deer velvet is used as a medicine for a wide range of health problems. Deer velvet is used to boost strength, endurance, and improve the way the immune system works. It probably even makes your dick bigger, because everything does. Looks like it does. It also
so it's just like
wards off infections.
But on the actual deer, it's like a thin layer of like skin and fur that goes over the antlers when they're growing out.
Okay, wait, are you ready for this? Like, this thing is like the panacea. It treats high cholesterol, high blood pressure, migraines, muscle aches, asthma, indigestion, weak bones, headaches, liver and kidney disorders, cold hands and feet, soreness and weakness in the lower back, chronic skin ulcers, overactive bladder, probably underactive bladder, promotes usefulness, sharpens thinking skills, protects the liver from toxins, stimulates production and circulation of blood. Yeah, that's the thing that like gives you boners, and increases the number of red blood cells. Some people use deer velvet to increase certain sex hormones such as estrogen and testosterone. It does both. It improves fertility, sexual interest, and activity as an aphrodisiac. I knew it. Treats male sexual performance issues, ED. Yes. Women use deer velvet to reduce the dose of estrogen they need in hormone replacement therapy. And they also use it for menstrual menopause problems, vaginal discharges, and uteral bleeding. Gross.
It does everything. I get it.
Yes. Children, deer velvet is used as a tonic for children with, quote, the failure to thrive, mental retardation, learning disabilities, slow growth, or bone problems, or rickets. In herbal concoctions, deer velvet is used to improve athletic performance, improve eyesight, hearing, reduce stress, treat osteoporosis, tired blood, ammonia, women's reproductive disorders, PMS, other skin conditions. Herbal combinations, including deer velvet, are used to increase blood circulation of the brain and to delay or reduce signs of aging, such as tissue and bone and muscle degradation and declining mental skills. Why are we not harvesting more deer velvet?
Do you know how you can trust all this is true? It's because of the lack of explanation of how and just the making claims. See, the people who are trying to fool you, they explain the actual function of the chemical/drug and how it works on you. People who are being honest, they just tell you what it does, the end result. That's how you know.
Let's see here. Yeah, so if you want some of those health benefits, we're not sponsored, but we could be by Bucked Up Energy. Dyer's been chasing the sponsor for a long time.
Yeah, they just won't leave me alone.
Yeah. So Dyer, what do you think's better, aminos or deer velvet?
Aminos.
Have you tried deer velvet yet?
No, but after hearing all that, I don't want more of
Dyer's like, the last thing I need is more blood circulation.
Yeah.
You'll actually explode. Like having your wife be like more sexually aggressive.
Yeah, like I can't deal with that.
Well, maybe you could have some more deer velvet and like get up to her level.
We're gonna hurt each other. That's not even
We'll hurt each other. All right, guys. Well, we hit the 4-hour mark. Hope you guys had a great night. I know we did.
You're a dick. Good
Well,
night, guys. Star Wars.
You're just jealous because I got deer velvet flowing through it and you don't.
Oh my god. You're drunk. Go home.